Mm, 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 mm. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's today? Today's Saturday. 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 Mm, 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 mm. Bored out my mind. Hey there. Hey there. Hold on. Shoot. There you go. What's up? Hey there. How y'all doing? Something like that. Mm, mm, mm. Man, I'm tired. What's up, Denver? Yeah. It's my last day off, so I had to try to get one more in. Cause tomorrow I gotta work, so try to get on here one more night. And I'm going to do my goal is to do my next Quran video tomorrow when I get off work in the morning. Yep, that's what I'm gonna do next. And I'm gonna do the Book of Mormon. I'm gonna do the Quran tomorrow, and it's gonna be done Monday. And then I'm gonna do the Book of Mormon Monday, and that's gonna be done Tuesday. And then Tuesday, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I do want to. Yeah, I do want to do those two. Can you see me though? You say you hear me. Can you, is my face showing on the thing? I think you've been talking to my brother Dan. Who is Dan? Is it uh, is that somebody on TikTok? He said I was talking to your brother. Is that from TikTok? Mm, mm. Who's the other person watching? I wonder is that. Man, I supposed to be having this. He said he was going to be on. Oh man, I had somebody that's supposed to come. I think the guy that was supposed to come tonight, he saw the video of 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 Jason when everybody was laughing and stuff. He saw that video and he was like, he don't want to come because he think we going. I was like, man, that was just like one time. We not gonna, ain't nobody gonna make fun of you or nothing like that. It just, you know, that just happened. Like that wasn't planned for us to quote unquote persecute the Christian or whatever. It just so happened that, you know, when he said the shit about 5G, like I lost it. I was done. When that dude said when he said that we were releasing the 5G, it was over with. He deserved it. Come on, man. So I mean, like, but he's supposed to be coming. He probably chicken out because of what he saw. I don't know. You say he's supposed to be coming. I hope he comes. Is he a Christian or atheist? What is he? Hey, Skinny, I watched your video. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So the dude that's supposed to be coming today, he probably don't even come because he was like, we're not. He was like, we're not having a conversation. We're making fun of people, and I'm like, okay. I said, man, take a joke, man. You gonna either come or not. You know, I, I can't help it if you say something crazy and everybody start laughing. It ain't my fault. Now, now I do want to apologize for like be like I was like look at his face or whatever. I apologize for that part, but the rest, come on, man. He had that. Yeah, he had that coming on. You say your brother's an atheist, okay? Mm, man. But yeah, Skinny, I watched your video about is Jesus lying? Yeah. And I got somebody, I got like three people that said it was coming, so they might be capping. And then atheist slapper, Rico's supposed to be coming tonight. He said he might come, said he might not. So I know I had three Christians that said they was coming, and then we had um Rico. So I don't know if they're gonna come or not, but I hope they do. But if they don't, then should I just talk to y'all? Let y'all talk. Yeah. But I like this app though. This website that I've been using. It don't work that good on my phone, but on a computer, it's done that flawless. All right, what you said? You saying what did I think about the video? I told you. I said I come in. I said I think he lying, right? What you said makes sense. If he told them that they not gonna die until he come back, but they not around no more, that mean he lied. Yeah. But if y'all joining just now, say what's up so I can know who in this joint, you know. And if y'all want to get on, if y'all want to get on the thing, like y'all can. I sent the link. It ain't just for people who feel like they know the Bible. I mean, even if you don't know the Bible, but you an atheist, you can still, get on that joint and just talk. People can hear you, and because everybody wants somebody to relate to. So if you get on that joint and say something that people, they agree with you, more community. Everybody feel like they can relate to somebody. But the question, video question thing is, if you could ask God one question, what would it be? I think that's a good question though. I feel like everybody trying to ask him something else, but like if you could ask him one question, just one question, like you get to the gates and he on his throne and he's like speak, and you like, okay, I got one question, I got one chance to ask this man something. What would you ask him? I honestly don't know. I'm thinking like, uh, if I could ask him one question, I'd just be like, why? You know what I'm saying? Like why? It's so many questions that he ain't answered, but it's just like why? Like what was the purpose of creating us in these, in this world, in the universe where this type of shit happened? Like what was your purpose for that? I think that'd be my question. I think that's like it covers everything, but it's still like a little bit specific. Like what was your purpose for creating us in this universe with these circumstances? Hey, Desiree, I need to make sure. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Is it Desiree? Desiree? It look like Desiree because it's two E's at the end. I don't know. But yeah, I would ask him like, like why? Like what was the purpose of this? Like bone cancer and fucking, insects that kill you and shit. Like what? Come on. Like I don't. And that's only my question because the Bible say he created everything and Christians say he created everything. So I'm like, okay, well if they believe this, then I just be like, why? Like, what was the purpose for this? Yeah, trying to see if TOX says, where have you been? Shit, you talk. I don't know. Are you talking to me? Desiree. Okay. Every time I'm on here, you says it's. I know. I asked you to say. I swear I do. Because when I see him, like Desiree. Okay, I got it now. I do ask you that question every time I see that name. I ask the same question. TLX. Why prayer? Ooh, that's better than mine. Why prayer doesn't work? Mm, wow. Cause see, hold on. You said where have you been, and then you said why prayer doesn't work. I think okay. So the second one, like okay, let's say he allows all the bad stuff to happen on purpose. But if you pray for something, then you gonna get it. I think that'd be better than creating this shit. And I think that answering all the prayers would be better than only answering half or having this half think this half of the world think that they prayers get answered, and this half think that you don't exist. I think it'd be better for him to just answer like all the prayers. Which, but honestly though, if he did answer all prayers, we wouldn't really have any like suffering and stuff. Because I know most people would just be like, well, can you heal my cousin? Can you heal my uncle? You know what I'm saying? Can you help my mama get a car? Can you cure my family of this disease? And over time, somebody, hold on. Oh, thunder. Like I think if he just let prayer work. What's up, thunder?
What's up, my man? All right,
I think.
listen. Oh, go ahead, go
Okay,
ahead,
go
go ahead.
ahead.
My
Now I was I
fault.
was talking to TLX. He was like, "Why prayer doesn't work?" Because the title of the video is if you could ask God one question, what would it be?
Right.
And I don't know if it's a he or she, but they was like, "Why prayer doesn't work?" And so I was
Ah,
trying to yeah I was trying to expand on that junk because that's a good ass question.
I got to tell you something, my man.
Uh huh.
I was having fun with y'all last night.
Hold on,
I'm
did you get on the call?
I'm slapper, man.
Oh man, Rico.
I'm atheist. I wanted to play devil's advocate, man, as a
Oh
philosopher.
my God,
Trying to
man, we
jump to
thought.
the side.
So
So
so that was just you trolling.
yeah, I was just trying to argue for the other side, but no, I
What?
you know who
How
I
that
am. But yeah,
feel? How that feel though? What
I
it feel
couldn't.
like?
Dude, when dude crushed, I'm gonna tell you. When I was crushing it on when you
Was it
pinpointed it
Robin?
down to why, the why, and just going into circular motion, and
Mm,
you presupposing that you have to accept this ultimate. That's where it fell down at. They couldn't do it.
yeah.
That's where it's lost at. So y'all
Okay.
did a good job. That's why I was like,
Man,
okay, I
you got the whole chat
guess. Oh
on.
yeah, I was like,
Like they was that person you was trying to be. Had that would have been a real man, they was on his ass. All I
yeah,
was just read.
yeah,
We was just reading all night of them just going in on that whatever you
right,
created, and I was like, man, come on. I thought that was
yeah.
because you
So
changed your name like 5 times.
yeah, I kept changing my name to just try to just yeah,
I was
try to
like, yeah,
argue,
this
try to.
this person is
So good
Desiree.
live, man. Good live. Definitely good
Desiree
live.
Desiree said she gonna kick your ass. You was getting on her nerve.
What's up, Desiree? What's up? Yeah, no hard feelings, y'all. I was
Ooh,
I was,
you had them, you just man. I can't believe you did that.
yeah, I was trying to have a little fun, play devil's advocate, see if I could argue the other side.
I
As a
cannot believe you did that, man.
yeah,
No,
man.
man,
So I had a
no.
little fun. I wanted to come tell you I was having a little fun, man.
Hey,
Just trying
you
to
wrong
argue
for
the other
that.
thing.
You wrong for
I
that.
my apologies. Y'all did
Yeah,
y'all
you
thing,
wrong.
man. Y'all,
You wrong for that.
it is delusional. At first, I was wrestling with myself, like, oh yeah, this doesn't make any sense. So I couldn't. I was like, it's hard for me to keep trying to do it because it wasn't making sense. So I was just like, all right, well, let me try to keep trying
mm.
to prove some points and stuff. But yeah,
Cause you
so
see
much
when
love to
you,
y'all.
cause you was like you didn't want to join the thing. Your Wi-Fi mess. I said, man,
Yeah,
all
yeah,
right, yeah, this
and it
sounds like.
was.
Oh,
It
okay.
was. I couldn't. What was happening is I could come up as Thunder Scorpion like I am now, but Thunder Scorpion. I couldn't when I was trying to erase it and change the name. It was kicking me out. So I was having issues. I was like, dang, if I could just change my name and get up there, I could, but then I couldn't, so I just left it alone. But so that's what's up, man. So much salute to y'all guys, man. I'm gonna come back in later on and join the chat with y'all. I'm at a gathering now, so I'll talk to you later, man. Much love, y'all.
All right, man. All right. Okay, so Desiree says, why don't you love all of your children equally? Hold up, Zen Master. Hold on. Why don't you love all of your children? Zen Master, what's up, man?
What's bracking, y'all? What's happening?
I want to ask you something.
What's good?
Why do you think God doesn't love all of his children equally?
Ooh.
Because that's what I said. That's a good question. Because Desiree asked it, so I'm trying to see
I got a real good
think about that.
Real good response for you.
I'm listening.
If all of us are God's children, right? Every last one of us are God's children. Right. Didn't he get his daughter pregnant? That fucking child molester.
Wow.
Didn't he?
Okay, well I'm saying though, but see, hold on. Okay, but look though, you just answered a question. What a question. No, I want you to like. Well, I want you to try to give me. I want you to actually try to give me an answer to that.
Well, he certainly showed favor to Mary, right?
But I'm saying, I'm saying, like, why? Like, if you could,
he shot her club up. Say that one more time, bro.
Like, why do you think he does? Like, I guess I'm trying to ask you to get into the mind of God. Like, why do you think he doesn't treat us all equal? He don't love us all equally. Try to answer that straight up.
If I accepted the fact that there was a God, I would say that he has chosen favorites. That's what I would say. And obviously he's a white man. Obviously.
Obviously.
So, the rest of us are fucked if he's real. As far as
hold on. Tio X says, why can't we see the Bible wasn't meant for us? Like, God has a chosen people in the Old Testament, and it was not for everyone. So it says, why can't we see the Bible wasn't meant for us? Well, I mean, we can, but I don't understand. That's more like a question for the Christians. Because, like, clearly when you reading it, you can see that he has a chosen people. Like, that's not taken out of context. That's not an opinion. Like, that's just common sense, right? Because it don't it. I think you muted, Zen Master. You hear me?
Yeah, I got you. You're allowed to enslave everyone but the Hebrews. So he definitely had a chosen clan.
But I'm saying, like, why when they reading it, they can't see that?
Because they're not reading it.
So what do they do?
Most black folks are going to church. First of all, they're distracted by the fashion show and the music. And then second of all, pastor's going to give you 3 paragraphs out of the book, and then he's going to freestyle for an hour. And that's all they're concerned about. They're not concerned about the text and what it says and what it requires too much thought for the average person, and it requires you to suspend disbelief, which thinking people, it's difficult to suspend disbelief.
But is that hard to like think about as like? I'm saying, like, because it's smart. There are smart Christians,
sure, that
use critical thinking. Like, how do they just read the book and just look over this shit?
Like, I just don't think they read it.
You just so when they open the book, what are they doing?
I think that they only open it when they're in church. Now, if you have study groups and Bible groups, so of course.
So what are they studying though?
Well, I was going to say, in my experience, I was in a men's group with my church when I was still active in the church. And it wasn't really about the Bible. He would pretty much do the same thing that the pastor would say. He would select a verse and a chapter, and pretty much we would sit there and talk about the shit for an hour. But you know what? It really, to me, the fact that Christianity is built on the New Testament, and therefore, especially black folks, you can't get black folks to look at the Old Testament. They'll write it off in a heartbeat. They don't even think about it. Don't exist.
What the 10 Commandments at?
I mean, they're the same person. God and Jesus are the same person. So whatever God did, Jesus did. You know, Jesus
So like
flooded the earth.
Okay, we need to come back to that. I want to read this one because I think this question is better than the other one. Desiree says, let me read the other one, make sure I ain't miss nobody. Okay, we answered that one. It's hard to get into the mind of something that doesn't exist. Nukita says it's hard to get into the mind of something that doesn't exist. I agree. Desiree says, I would have more questions for him. Now listen to this. She says, why do natural disasters exist? And she says, humans have no control over tornadoes, earthquakes, hurricanes, etc. So theists can't blame free will. So like you see what I'm saying? Like if you're gonna give us free will to do good or bad, not only did you give us that, let me see, make sure y'all see my hand. Not only did he give us free will, but he put some other shit on top of that we can't even control. It's one thing to say it's Skinny gonna use his free will to cut my head off, right? But it's another thing for you to wake up in your motherfucking house in the water, and you and your whole family about to drown to death. Where the free will at? Where the free will come in at?
Yeah, there is none unless you were somehow psychic and were able to foresee the future and build a boat yourself, which we all know isn't real.
Teal X says, now I know you were saying they try to forget the Old Testament, but Teal X says, we don't forget about tithing when it comes to the Old Testament. If they don't remember none of that, they gonna remember to pay the motherfucking tithes offerings.
It was never money, bro. It was never money. It was never money.
What was it? You know more about
crops.
that.
It was crops. In the Bible, it says to give your first of the crops. So your corn, go up there and give pastor some corn. They don't want that. And you can't say, oh, it's for nowadays it's money. You can't say that because they had money back then. God didn't want the money. He wanted your first crops. He wanted your first cattle. He wanted that type of shit. He didn't want the money.
I saw a coin from that era the other day.
Yeah, so nowadays they use it.
Where did that come from?
No, that's how the church get rich, because nobody reads their Bible.
They're pimps. That's all.
What they do is they play on your hope. You're scared of something. Play on your fears, and then they hit you with, well, I know it like the back of my hand when it's time to send the plate. Will a man rob God? As soon as they start saying that, look, you start to feel guilty in your soul. It fucks with you. I ain't gonna lie. You start to feel guilty in your soul, and then you like. I remember my granny. I didn't have nothing to put in the plate. She would slide me $1 just to put it. I'm like, what's the point? Like, it didn't really come from me, but it just does something to you. They fuck with you emotionally so bad that you feel like an outcast if you don't participate in this shit.
It's in-group, out-group behavior, and when you're in the group, you're expected to do as others are expected to do.
Okay, but hold on, y'all.
So you will feel guilty.
So going back to the tithes and the offering, right? When you said they make you feel guilty, I want y'all to realize something, because like when I used to go to church, they used to always talk about 10%, right? Okay, but like but it's 10% every Sunday though, so it's not 10%.
Or you can say 10% of your, like a lot of people who tithe will pay it like a tax, and they'll write a check for the whole year. Here's $10,000. Here's $12,000.
Yeah, normally what they do. Yeah.
And that's the ones the pastors are loving on.
Well, who got so you telling me? But okay, I'm saying like, okay, let's say every Sunday for a whole year. Let me see if I can do this math. How many Sundays are in a year?
51 or 52.
Okay, so let's say every Sunday you give like $10. That's $500. That's $500 a year. So you basically that's not 10%?
That ain't 10%. No, that's $10. Let's say you make $120,000 a year, and you bring home $95,000. You owe them $9,500.
You owe the
That
church
year.
$9,500. That's
That
crazy.
year. Yeah,
That's crazy.
that's what it is. That's your net. You can say, okay, well,
Wow.
my church deductions are pre-tax, so I can give you 12,000 instead of 9,500. That's really 10%.
But like, so like, where the money going?
Where do
It's
you think it's
going
going?
to the church a little bit in the church.
G5s,
And
What the light
and,
bill?
and
G5s and Bentleys,
What they pay? Light bill and the rent. What else? What else? I can't
Jimmy
like
Choo, Manolo Blahnik, the women they paying for. That's where it goes.
lewd in the chat. Hold up. I want to let Slew suffer. Who are you? You got something to say? You want to say something, or you just wanted to join?
I just wanted to join in. I've been talking to you in the comments and stuff. Under
How you doing,
Jesus
man?
Christ Almighty.
What's
All
happening,
right,
bro?
how are you doing?
Are you a Christian?
No, I'm an ex-Christian. I grew up
Oh.
in a Baptist church.
Welcome.
Okay. Can you
Thanks.
before I mean, you can say what you want to say. I just wanted you to answer the question. Let me read it to you if you didn't see it. It says, if you could ask God one question, what would it be? Answer that, and then you could talk about,
Okay. Yeah, I came up with one. I would ask, why does God watch rape and allow it to happen every day? Is he not powerful enough or to stop it, or does he just like watching rape?
Wow. Ooh.
They
Dang.
would argue free will. A Christian would argue free will.
But he still got to watch it, though, right?
God would say,
He's-
free will, I
but he's
can't tell you what to
omnipresent.
do.
But he would still have to watch it, though, right?
Yeah, he's omnipresent. He's there.
Exactly.
he's
Right?
So
definitely there, right?
they can say free will all they want. God still got the front row seat to that shit.
He would argue
Yeah.
free will. He'd
And
say,
then he knew it was going to happen before it happened because he created the scenario, the time, the place, all that shit. I wonder, okay, listen to me, suffer.
Which that goes against free will too. That it's either predestined or it's free will, right?
But hear me out, like,
Which
how?
one?
What do you think? How could you answer that question though? Like, how could a God answer that question? How?
I just think he would hide behind saying, I give everyone the ability to do what they wish to do, and I don't intervene and stop things, as you know. I don't stop.
But that's crap. That's crap. Because I just watched. If you got TikTok, all they do is talk about how God has gave them. Listen to me, y'all. I watched a TikTok today where this man said he went fishing without a fishing rod, and when they got to where they was fishing at, it was a fishing rod just laying there. And he said
that was God.
Not somebody forgot a fish.
Hey, Bar.
I can't make it up, bro.
Steal that? So did he steal the fishing pole? Is my question.
He said it was just laying there. I can't make it up, bro.
Not somebody forgot a fish.
Hey, Bar.
I can't make it
Did
up,
he
bro.
not steal that? So did he steal the fishing pole? Hey, cut the stream off in the back.
He said it was just laying there. I can't make it up, bro.
Not somebody forgot a fish.
Let's lose.
Everything is evidence. To a believer, everything is evidence.
Lose.
Yo, what's going on?
Okay.
What I miss? All right. How's everybody doing? How's everybody feeling?
Cool.
Oh yeah, I think
good.
the only question I'd have for God is where's my motherfucking apology? This is a clusterfuck. You owe everybody a fucking apology.
Man.
That's it. That's the only question.
I would ask him, why did you make women so goddamn difficult?
No, okay, hold on, y'all. I want to read this. Damn, Desiree. This is another one. Listen to this question. It says, why is thou shalt not kill one of the 10 commandments? But in the Bible, we're continually told to kill/stone people to death for their sins.
Oh, exactly. The one of the highlights of the Bible is God gave them a command not to steal, not to murder, not to lie, And then immediately afterwards told them, there's the Holy Land. There's a lot of people in the way. You're going to have to murder, steal, and claim their land for your own. So they're immediately enjoined to do the exact same things they were just told not to do. So
well, those were the chosen people, and those are the same people told that they could enslave others, but not themselves. So
it must be nice to be the master's
to a specific group of people.
That's too easy for them to slip out of, though. They can slip out of that. They can slip out of that question, because that would be equivalent to me telling my kids, "Hey, you're not allowed to cuss, but around me you can cuss." That's basically what God's doing. If I tell you can cuss, but you're not allowed to cuss. That's what he's doing. He's saying you can't kill, but if I say you can go ahead and do it, you can do it.
Yeah.
So that question is too easy for them to slip out of.
What you think, Salou?
I mean, that's not the only thing either. I mean, you look through the other commandments and everything. It's very, I mean, God's a very narcissistic God. The Abrahamic God is. It's all about him. You know, that's what the first 3 or 4 commandments are just all about him.
Hey man, I have a theory.
Don't use his name with a shitty attitude, guys.
Hey man, I have a theory that Donald Trump is like God, and like the personality of Donald Trump is like.
Wow.
Exactly
I've got the best people, the chosen people. There's no people chosen like mine.
Never makes a mistake. Never fucks up even when he does. Never loses.
I got a theory about the God in the Bible in general, but it's too radical. I can't tell you. It's way too radical. But I got a theory though.
We don't want to get deplatformed.
No, it's just really out there.
Hey, Zen Master.
Yeah.
Desiree says also the guy who said women are difficult. She said, "Fuck you."
Well, that's how you know God's
Thanks
a
for
woman.
proving my point.
That's how you know God's a woman. You know.
Thanks for
All
proving
right,
my
next
point.
we're going to discuss women's rights.
Go ahead, man.
God's a man because he would never give himself labor pains.
Listen to me, y'all. Listen to me. God has to be a man because, like, you got to think. Okay,
no woman could fuck this stuff up quite so badly.
Like so I was looking at like the whole Genesis, the garden and all that. Like, you gotta understand, think about childbirth. Think about how painful that shit is, and you can die from it. They can die from that shit. You got to be like, okay, the one thing you put us here to do, motherfuckers can die from it. You got to be come on now.
Yeah.
You got to be sick.
But
if there is a designer, he is an incompetent one.
You got to be sick.
He's the worst civil engineer in the universe.
Putting the communication system right next to the cooling air intake system is a guaranteed way to make sure that at least 30% of us choke to death while eating.
Even worse, you put the sanitation system right next to the entertainment complex. What the hell?
Hey, but look how he treats women. That's how you know he a man. Like he legit disrespects women, bro. He disrespects women on the highest level.
Oh, he like what his grand design to incarnate himself with somebody else's betrothed child bride. Like, way to go! I'm sure Joseph's got to get like I think at least he's a saint or something in Catholicism. You know?
He's the saint of suckers.
What a cuck!
Don't the
cucked by God,
the patron saint of suckers.
Don't the Catholics they pray to Mary?
Oh yeah,
I'm asking. I don't know.
Yeah.
Can you give me like the rundown on what that's about?
I think it's just like overlaying some pagan shit on top of like overlaying the Christian hierarchy on top of some pre-existing pagan shit. I'm sure there was already like, I don't know, like who was Hera in the Roman mythology? Like, what was her equivalent?
Hold on.
It was like, yeah. So it's like Saturn, maybe, I don't know. Jupiter was Zeus, and then
Hera was the goddess of women, marriage, family, and childbirth in ancient Greek religion and mythology.
And so, like, when Rome took over the Greek stuff, I don't recall if they kept Hera or if they gave her a new name, like they switched Zeus for Jupiter. But I'm certain there's some transference involved with like some pre-existing like Reverend Mother ritual, and they were like, well, this is convenient for the pagans, for the Romans to like convert to Christianity and still have the ritual for like a sacred holy mother that already exists. And so they just continued on with all of the traditions and rituals that were already in place. And just the names have been changed for the protection of the witnesses.
Sorry to interrupt. This is my dog. His name is Zeus.
No kidding.
Yeah.
All hail.
Absolutely intentional. Right, Zeus?
That's right.
All right, man.
Who's throwing lightning bolts? Yes, he is.
Hey, Bar, you was in that Genesis though, right?
You said what?
Okay.
So
Ken.
you've been doing that Genesis real heavy, ain't you?
Yeah, I'm on 13. I mean, I'm on 14 now. I just did 13.
Was that? Are they still in the garden? I can't remember.
Nah. Hold on. Before you finish, the African brother says Mary is a reference to Isis.
There were a lot of mystery cults in Rome. That seems like it's plausible. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that sounds kind of legit. I ain't gonna lie.
The
like-
Egyptian Trinity.
Yeah.
Was Horus, Iris, and Osiris, right?
Ooh, I got a question. So why is it that like when you're a Christian, you can hear God, but when you're not a Christian anymore, you don't hear shit?
It's the same way that when I believed in the tooth fairy, I was strongly convinced that like sleeping powder was put in my eyes to keep me from waking up and discovering when my teeth were being like exchanged for silver dollars or whatever. You know, there's all sorts of rationalizations you come up with when you're deluded.
Yeah.
But hold on, like, but you would think that God would talk more to the atheists than the Christians. Like,
Well, that's how you, yeah, that's it. But that's how you know he doesn't exist.
Oh.
Like Hindus aren't being like, dude, Jesus showed up. I was there just praying to Vishnu, and like Jesus interrupted on a 3-way call, and you know it doesn't happen.
it's like you gotta believe first, then the evidence comes.
Yeah.
Like the evidence will not come unless you believe first.
Well, yeah, that's the trap. You know, like,
Presupposition has to be.
You gotta
It has to be made.
starve your brain for information.
Hold on, what'd you say? What'd you say, Salute?
I said you gotta starve your brain for any kind of knowledge at first, for it to get you into that delirious state first.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I can admit something though. I like back in the day when I was in church and they do that little altar call, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
I felt something, bro. Like
me too.
Like when you like I felt something. Like I ain't learned, but
No,
over the years I realized that's
bro.
just
right. But that's just getting caught in the moment. That's like the hype of
right.
I get that way every time I see Captain America catch Thor's hammer, and like that shit is like I'm in the moment. I'm like, yeah, do the thing. But when you're hyped up, like, you know, like you get enthralled. That's just how your brain can trick you into believing shit.
Exactly. That's why I want the Christians to understand. But they say, well, I really felt something. I know I felt something too. But think about it. Like, you just
I don't know if you guys have read like the God Virus.
By
that book. Dr. Daryl Ray. He goes into some of that about how like the religion, the sermons and everything, the whole church setting is set up to kind of lull you into a almost hypnotic state before they give their little passages and stuff. And like if you think about it, you know, that's all the old people are almost, they're nodding off, going to sleep, at least in mine. But I mean, that's church was, you know, very traditional, fundamental Baptist church. But the whole setup is to kind of, the music and all of it is to kind of lull you into that hypnotic state and it does. It gets your I don't know. Some of it gets your heart rate going at first, then they calm you down and try to get you into a different state of mind. So there's a lot of shit going on in your brain to begin with that they're setting you up for.
It's a social exercise too. You can't ignore the fact that you're in a group setting. And I watched a social experiment the other day where they had like 6 people in the office, in the dentist office, and every time a bell rang, they would stand up. And then a stranger would come into the office and they wouldn't know the rules, but within 3 bell rings, they were standing up, just the same as the other. And it never failed. So we have a tendency to just imitate each other like lemmings sometimes.
Yeah, monkey see, monkey do. It makes, that's how primates roll.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's a video on YouTube, like how to start a cult or how cults operate, and one of the little clips that they were showing was there's all these people out in the field at a park, minding their own business, having fun, chilling out, whatever. Maybe they're at a concert, and this dude just starts running off by himself and starts dancing like a lunatic, just flailing around, and then like 2 more people show up. And they start dancing and flailing around. Yeah. And then people think that it's a thing. And masses of people start flocking to these 3 or 4 people who are just, flailing around. And then everybody's doing it because now it's a trend. And I think
out. Yeah. It's just like with investment, fear of missing out. Look at the whole thing with GameStop recently.
They got my money.
I really struggled to not put money there. Just let it ride. I knew it was going to come down to it. But hey, if you could have got in and got out too. But the psychology, groupthink is real.
So look, I had like 3 Christians that said they was coming tonight. I think they chickened out on me. They saw the video of James and they was like, they don't want to, they don't want to be made fun of, and so they was like, they might not come.
Especially if they're precepts, they know we're just gonna shut it down immediately at this point.
Yeah.
It's a merry-go-round to nowhere.
Hey, let me say this though. Hey, Jason, if you ain't here, brother, I hope you don't feel like we was bullying you, because but you said some outrageous shit, my brother. Like you said some outrageous shit, bro. But I don't want you to think we was bullying, because
I was bullying.
Yeah, we was bullying.
I wasn't bullying.
But it's your fault. It's your fault when you listen. Let me tell you why it's your fault, Skinny. Because we was cool. You was like, "Hey, put the camera on this man. Zoom in." When that was it. When you said that, it was over. It was over.
I know it was over.
Coming into somebody else's house and start barking orders, man. There's nowhere to be.
Dapper says that he was falling asleep during morning. Me too. I was falling asleep every day at church. Let me tell y'all something about church. That is the best sleep you gonna ever get. I'm trying to tell you. That is the best sleep you gonna get. Woo!
My favorite part of church, bro, was after church. Granny used to always take us out to eat.
Breakfast.
Yep. That was the best part of church, bro.
They didn't cook at your church?
My favorite part of church is
our church had no buffet.
I like seeing the ladies dressed up. I ain't gonna lie.
No, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth though. I used to like communion. I used to like the little wafer and the
you can buy them in bulk. You can buy Jesus crackers in bulk. I just keep them around for whenever. They're stale as fuck. Jesus is a nasty ass cracker.
But they like it's funny.
Are they good with Nutella?
It's the only saving grace.
Hey, that shit didn't scare y'all though. That shit used to scare me. That was another scare tactic, because they used to say a line like, "If you take this and you don't really mean it in your heart, and you're guilty of the blood," or some shit. And that shit used to fuck with me so bad. Like, yo, I
went to a Catholic school for the longest time. I didn't know you weren't supposed to take communion unless you were Catholic, and I'd never been officially baptized. And I was taking communion we had service every Wednesday. We had service every Tuesday and every Thursday. And right before lunch, and I'm getting my free little juice box and my little Jesus cracker. And eventually someone was like, "Dude, you're going to go to hell for that. You're not actually Catholic." I don't make the
Bro, y'all did it that many times?
We had, yeah,
I did
man.
it like once a month.
Oh well, I went to a Catholic school, and we had mass twice a week.
Yeah.
You was hungry trying to get a snack.
Yeah.
So like, do y'all think it's funny that like Christians, they talk down on like devil worship and cults and witchcraft and all that shit, but it's like we're eating a fucking man, and we're drinking his blood. Like, that's
totally not a spell of any kind.
That's cult. That's cult for your ass.
I think all Satanists are just atheists.
How are you distinguishing between a cult and a religion?
I think they're all super.
Hold on. What you say, Slu?
I said, how would you distinguish between a cult and a religion?
Whoever's got the most power.
One's bigger, one's smaller.
Yeah.
But do
that's it. Yeah.
I mean, I know some theistic Satanists, and they're just wackadoos. I mean, it's cosplay Vampire Night, and it's unfortunate, but they're sincere. They're sincere. There's just not it's mostly like secular Satanists.
Didn't the modern concept of hell come from Dante anyway?
Oh yeah. I mean, the Catholic Church pretty much admitted as much. Then they apologize.
So what does the Bible actually say about hell? How does the Bible describe hell? I personally don't know.
I think
it describes it one time.
There's like one or two verses, and that's it.
What did it say?
Cast you into everlasting fire or something brief.
Right. It said at one time. Jesus said something about it. That was it.
Okay, check this out. Go ahead.
Jesus, gentle, meek, and mild. First one to mention hell. Way to go.
You went to a lake of fire. Yeah.
A cult is a system of religious veneration and devotion directed toward a particular figure or object. Does that not sound like Christianity?
Like church to me. Church.
Yeah. I mean, to the Romans, early Christianity was a messianic cult. It was a death cult. I mean, it still is a death cult.
Okay, listen. Okay, go ahead. Now I wanted to read this next. Listen to this one. Now this might be weird. Like, listen to this. It says a relatively small group of people having religious beliefs or practices regarded by others as strange or sinister. Strange. That means if somebody else think your beliefs are strange or sinister, it's a cult.
Yeah, I mean,
Islam and Christianity.
So technically, all of them Johnson cult. Technically,
yeah. It's just whoever has got the biggest following can be condescending about it. I mean,
it's about power.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not. Mormons aren't real Christians. The Jehovah's Witnesses aren't real Christians. I mean, people say that Catholics aren't real Christians, and I'm like, they got the fucking shit rolling for you. What are you even talking about? Why are you even the way that Protestants and non-denoms or non-Catholics look down at Catholics, in the sense that, I mean, I guess anybody should, but still, then why are you taking their book to heart? The book that they passed on to you, that you like continue to utilize. Like, why is that even part of your ideology anymore?
Wasn't the Protestant church formed from King Henry VIII being pissed off at the Catholics?
Yeah, or was it Luther? Was it Martin Luther?
It says Protestant, a member or follower of any of the Western Christian churches that separate from the Roman Catholic Church, and it says they follow Reformation, including the Baptist, Presbyterian, and Lutheran churches. I mean,
let me ask y'all a question. Did y'all not think it was weird? I don't know about y'all church, but my church, right? There was always that one dude that would say, every time pastor say something, he was always that one dude was like, it was that guy. It was the old lady that spoke in tongues, and then it was the other old lady that caught the Holy Ghost. Did y'all not think it was weird that they did this like perfect timing, and it's like a cadence to it? Did y'all not notice that?
It's cast.
Yeah.
It's a play. It's a weekly play.
Mm-hmm.
And these people who are in the crowd, there's plants in the crowd. that jump and shout every week on cue, like you said.
On cue, man. I mean,
What is that
Speaking in
called?
tongues.
What is that called though?
It's a cadence.
What?
I mean,
It's a cadence. Like,
Theater.
No,
it's a form of hypnotism. It really is.
It's theater.
No, like what is it called though? Like when they get up and do the little head shaking and what is that called?
Oh, like when they catch the spirit.
The whole
Yeah,
they
what
caught the Holy Ghost.
That was the best thing about my grandma's church. The first time I'd ever she had an AME. Yeah, she had an AME Emmanuel Episcopal Church, and the old ladies would catch the spirit, and they would just have seizures in the aisles. They would flail around, fall out of their chairs, collapse on the floor.
Then nobody check on them. They'll fall, and nobody get up, bro.
And when you're a kid, that's the sort of thing that convinces you that demons and spirits exist.
Yeah.
Facts.
It's
Dapper,
just adults wouldn't lie like that.
Dapper says all religions begin as cults.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We listen to Slew.
So was that? Did you go to a Pentecostal church then? Is that what that is? Isn't that from the day of Pentecost or whatever in the Bible? Yeah.
Honestly,
no, it was a Baptist. I mean, I don't.
Yeah,
it was AME. AME is a method. It's a Methodist Episcopal Church, African Methodist Episcopal Church.
Mm-hmm.
The one we went to was in DC. I don't really know too much about the denominations.
Yeah, that's where I'm from.
Yeah, it was.
My grandma grew up in a Pentecostal church, and they did the whole speaking in tongues thing and all of that, and it scared her enough to actually move us to a Baptist church that didn't do that.
Oh, she got out of there.
Yeah.
Okay, but have you ever spoken in tongues though?
No, not myself.
No,
I have though. I didn't know what I was doing. I just was like,
I tried it out too, and didn't nobody say nothing to me. So
you go along with it and hope that nobody. You should fake it till you make it, right?
Should have bought a
Honda. Should have bought a Honda. That's what he had to say. Should have bought a Honda.
Should have bought a.
Get a spinach.
But like the other people used to do it, I'm like, man, I wish I could do that.
Look, but when I was a kid, I always was like, okay, so if she talking in tongues, why is it never anybody else to talk in tongues? I want to see them have a conversation in tongues. I've never seen
The closest I've seen is those two babies leaning on the refrigerator, going back and forth, going da 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 da. That legitimately was convincing. I was like, they're gonna remember that for like the rest of their days.
Okay, so I want to tell y'all about something that happened like in my youth, like when I used to be in the little like the youth ministry, right? They used to have this part of the activities where like we would all like, how can I say this? Like we would pretend to fall asleep. And they would lay hands on us, right? Like they would put their hands on your forehead and your shoulder and shit, right? And like when they start praying for you, yeah, when they start praying for you, like you would just fall, and you would like.
Oh, they do the thing where like the Holy Ghost fire.
Yeah, like,
just everybody waves out.
Yeah, that's what they used to do at my church.
Oh, you kidding?
They used to be like, in the name of Jesus.
Wow,
bro, they used to shake the life out of your head, boy.
In the name of Jesus, get it. You just fall back.
It's deep. They pretend to heal people, and how deep is that?
Listen to me, y'all. I wanted to be unique and special, and I wanted to have a spotlight. So this is what I used to do without knowing it. I used to like when they come to me, I used to fall out, and I used to play sleep for like 30 minutes. And look, hold on. That ain't the worst part. When I would get up,
leave you alone.
When I would get up, I would tell them that I saw Jesus.
Wow.
Ooh, and this, hold on, listen. I kept doing it so much that they let me get on the They let me get on the stage.
Oh,
Your testimony made it.
you could have had a book deal, man. You could have had a book deal.
You know, at any time you could go back and still have a book deal. I'm sure. Like,
Yeah.
Listen to me, y'all. They let me get up on stage in front of a crowd.
Let me tell you, the streets of heaven are paved with gold.
Oh man.
They just kept going with it and then start babbling and everything too.
And they let that little boy tell that lie. Remember they let that little boy tell that lie that he died and went to heaven?
Oh yeah.
He wrote a book and everything.
He
I
wrote
wanted to be a star at the church, man.
Yeah. He was on Fox News and everything.
And he had to come out and say, it was a lie. I don't believe in that shit.
Oh, he recanted it?
He did.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, he recanted.
That's
a great story.
That's the scene from was it No Country for Old Men that I really want. I really want that to happen one day.
Listen to this.
Oh, this superstition.
Teal says, would a man rob God? It says the men were offering God sick animals instead of their best animals to be sacrificed. Now, when I was reading,
what you gonna do?
When I was reading Genesis, God wanted the firstborn.
What?
He wanted the best, and
from your child?
No, from your flock. Whatever animal you was, he liked to. But this the weird part about that. This was right after Noah's Ark happened. So right after you only have 2 of every animal. So right after mass extinction, you start demanding you ain't got but like 4 animals of that kind.
Right? It doesn't make any sense.
That's just torture. Yeah.
Right.
You got 2 ducks with God. Like I want both of them.
All that food you got over there, burn it until it's really shitty and you can't fucking eat it anymore. That's what I want you to do.
Gotta love that.
Yeah. Oh man, I don't understand that. Is that not counterproductive though? For you to flood the whole world and then as soon as they get off the boat, you start asking for motherfucking sacrifice.
Think of how patient the fucking anteaters had to be.
Not
to eat the last 2 fucking ants in the world.
You got 40 days. 40 days.
Soy.
So, did you guys believe in the young Earth and all of that too? Did you grow up with the 6,000-year-old Earth?
I don't know.
Shit?
I didn't really talk about it. Yeah, my church wasn't that smart. They didn't even talk about it.
I grew up in the hoop and hollering church.
Yeah, they just
ours went with the Ken Ham thing. With
I went to
dinosaurs are around with people and all kinds of shit, dude.
I really have to thank my parents for splitting the baby in the sense that my father was Brethren, which is like a Midwestern Mennonite offshoot, and then my mom was Southern Baptist, so they sent me to a Catholic school, so because they couldn't decide which church to take me to. So I was exposed to the fact that Christians can't agree on the book almost immediately, but they sent me to Catholic, so I got more of a science education than I did afterwards when they sent me to a Baptist school, and that's when Ken Ham showed up. But I had already been but cavemen and dinosaurs are a thing. And so science, the science that they exposed me to inoculated me from the stupidity in my later years of schooling, of religious schooling. But
well, that's what our church liked to do. There was the people that had more money that were more prominent in the church and everything, the deacons and stuff. And they'd send their kids to these private Christian schools that just so they just got the same thing all the time. Mm-hmm. There was never any different education or anything. It was always the same shit being fed to them. And then they try to get them into the Christian college right after that does the same thing.
There's something to be said about there's something to be said about Jesuit educators though. Jesuit schools for whatever reason are outstanding and they don't heavily focus on religion. Maybe that's why they're so outstanding, but I don't know. Do either or any of you know anything about Jesuit schools?
I don't, but explain it.
Well, the Jesuits are a sect, but go ahead, Lou.
I'm unfamiliar.
Well, they're just another sect of Christianity, but for some strange reason, they have this ability to teach that's unfounded. Like Georgetown University is a Jesuit college. There's different Jesuit colleges and universities around the country that go by brand names that you may not even know are Jesuit. But when you dig into their foundations, you'll learn that this is where they come from. I think there's a good mixture with them and the Mormons in Utah in terms of foundations, and there's some sort of interplay between their doctrines. But something I'd like to know a little bit more about personally.
The only time that I've ever really heard the term Jesuit really thrown around is when I think this latest Pope is at least aligned with the more Jesuit faction of Catholicism, and so the conservative wing of Catholics do not like him very much.
Oh boy.
A lot of people think that Catholics are a kind of a monolith, but not every Catholic is a papist, and even people who believe in the papacy don't agree because it's just a giant bailiwick of politics. And so I tortured myself for a couple of months by listening to Catholic radio, and rapidly discovered that this new leftist Pope, I had to.
I mean, it's nothing like Pope Hermosus or anything.
But this is coming from other Catholics, hating on the Pope for being a radical liberal of some sort, and I was like, wow. I mean, you're wrong, and wow.
Jesuits are just a shade off of Catholicism, I would imagine. That's the nitpick they're picking.
Yeah.
The African brother says there are 27 Jesuit schools in the U.S., and he also says Francis Pope is the first Jesuit Pope.
Must be, yeah.
We actually have a Jesuit high school here in Portland. I live in Portland, Oregon. We have a Jesuit high school here.
There's a Jesuit college here. I didn't realize that's what that was, though.
Yeah.
Georgetown University, no kidding.
Mm-hmm. Big reputation for being outstanding. I think what it is I went to a Catholic school for a year, and I remember having to go to Mass, and the difference between going to Mass in a Catholic school and going to my mother's Baptist church on the weekends was night and day. You go into Mass, it's clockwork. Do this, do this, do this, do this, get the fuck out. Baptist church, it's do this, fuck around.
Oh man.
Sister Johnson got to give the announcement. She got to read what's on the document. The deacon board got to have they say so. Never ending.
Yeah.
Never ending. So I think maybe because they have a minimal focus on the actual worship within their institutions and they focus more on methodology, maybe that's why they're focused elsewhere in the schools as opposed to preaching all the time.
No kidding. Catherine the Great.
Yes, the African brother says Jesuits were saved by Catherine the Great. And he says Catherine the Great invaded Poland to save 201 Jesuits. And he says so they can keep on defying the orders of the Catholic Church. I'm looking at pictures of the popes. Why do they all look scary like that?
Look up Formosus. I think that's the one that they had. Isn't that the dude that he had? Is he the one that actually had the previous pope dug up to put on trial?
I saw something about that.
Yeah, I believe it was Formosus. It was either the one that got dug up or it was the one that did the digging. I don't know.
Wow, man, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, there was a channel I had subscribed to, that I've lost track of since, but it used to post early Pope trading cards, and they would have really obscure facts about the really early popes that people didn't forget, this pope butchered cats in his spare time or whatever it was.
Like Pokemon cards, only they never evolved or anything.
It's tap 3 mana, put a pope into play.
Yeah.
I know nothing about this new pope. I just knew he was going to be a quote unquote Latino.
Yeah, I mean, as far as
So if not religion, then what? Right? If not religion, then what? Like
philosophy and science and art. I mean, that's. I think that's all you really. I mean, that's all I need. I can't speak for everybody, but I think we're going to need to have some way to express our collective awe and wonder and joy and fear and all that human experience. We need the community. We could turn part of the library into a rave hall. That would be cool. You could get your books, get your learn on, get your swerve on. It would be nice. It would have to be soundproof, obviously.
Lily says she said I stole this phone to watch you guys.
Well, you're not going to get help.
Do you feel like you gotta be careful with science too? Because science can act like a religion sometimes, because they can tell us anything, and because we don't have the materials to test these things out, we are operating on belief, just like the Christians would.
To the extent,
say no, big time no, because let's just take, for example, the vaccines for COVID. I can look up any number of university studies around the world that are independent and validate the results through peer review.
Yeah, you can do that. You can.
Scientists predominantly get their fame from disproving their peers. So because it is an inherently skeptical system, it really can't be occulted. Insofar as like misinformation and pseudoscience can get peddled, it's just as easy to swat it down.
If you do your due diligence, though.
Right.
Now, if you take the news by face value, you can be misled.
Oh, sure. I mean, buyer beware. The uninformed consumer is going to get sold snake oil, all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not really a problem about science so much as it is a problem about science education and science communication in the general population. I think that was like George Carlin's last, one of his last interviews before he died was on CBS or something, or PBS or whatever. And he was like, we've built an entire civilization that rests on technology that only a handful of people actually comprehend. And it's a dangerous place to be. But that's kind of where we are. I don't know,
man. I think it's kind of always been that way.
Yeah.
There's always been haves and have-nots, and excuse me, we can't ever be afraid of our advancements. It's always going to come with a trade-off. No utopia as far as I'm concerned.
Well, yeah, I think that the danger is more of a dystopian one, where the worst part of Gattaca meets the worst part of Idiocracy, and we end up in a situation where we have like an elite technocratic class that is just running ramshot over, ignorant masses.
Hey, Lily, can you show us where smoking is sin in the Bible, please?
That's why I'm blowing smoke at it.
I never read that passage.
And I said that in the most respectful way in the world. Like, I just want you to show us.
She asked if we were all Christians too. I'm an atheist. I think everybody here is.
Yeah. I don't know if we brought it up last night.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. Lily asked me to stop smoking, so I'm going to stop smoking and I'm going to start vaping.
I mean, honestly, the sin is contagious because your smoking is just making me jealous, and jealousy is another sin. So just sin begets sin. You see how that works? It's just
I know, right?
Spiral.
Sorry.
way to have liberty and freedom in your great state. Ugh.
Watch out.
We don't even drug test in Oregon anymore. Like, they don't even drug test.
I thought this was America.
Dapper says Lily stole a phone, then called smoking a sin.
hey, Zen.
Thou shalt not steal. Yo.
Hey, Zen, stop smoking and get a 40 ounce and drink it.
Yeah.
Pass out, bro.
She says they've been get
Because you
stupid.
drink wine.
Because
drink
Jesus
wine, right?
made a whole lake. Didn't he make a whole lake into wine?
Can you
Just swimming around in his own alcohol blood content.
Darth
Don't make no sense.
Dawkins isn't here.
How you gonna interrupt my
He's not
point?
here. He's not here tonight. Supreme Leader Streams.
It's Saturday night. I'm getting high as I want to. She probably sitting there fucked up too. Tell the truth, Lily. What you sipping on?
What is it called, Lily? Are you a presuppositionalist? Supreme Leader Stream. Who are you? Are you Darth Dawkins' son, like the other guy? Is that your father figure?
You guys ever read Calvin and Hobbes?
Nah.
The comic strip?
Nah.
That was actually one of my first exposures to the concept of atheism, and I didn't even know it. He refuses to take a math test because he declares himself a math atheist who doesn't believe in math. It doesn't work. He has to take the test in. That's like the 3-panel punchline.
And Jack 2-5. What is?
Man, hey, here we go with this. Nah, that might be a troll, y'all. Stop it. Don't even. That might be a troll.
Hey, that brings up an interesting point though. For me, like Bill Maher, I told the story the other night about why I was in the army, but Bill Maher helped to open my eyes. So despite him being a dick these days,
yeah,
he's one of those people who really brought it home.
Yeah, he lived long enough to see himself become the villain.
Yeah.
I had a philosophy teacher. Like the first day of class, she was talking about like all the philosophers and stuff. And like when I went to go look them up on my own, I was like, these people don't believe in God. Like what? I said, let me go see what they talking about. And then when I started looking up like Friedrich Nietzsche, I think is his name. I was like, wow, like this guy does not he doesn't believe in God, and it makes sense. I was like, okay, let me look into it some more. And then after like a couple of days, I was done with the religion the whole time. Teal says God tells Ezekiel to cook his food using human shit. Then God changes his mind and told him to use cow shit.
Ezekiel's such a great book. There's gold dildos in there and shit.
Can you send me that?
All about trying to find that umami flavor, I guess. I don't know.
Did he use bitter root in that as well?
What book is that? What book is that? What chapter verse is that about? I think Lily is a troll though.
Lily's having fun. Let her have her fun.
The super. What
is Ezekiel 4:9? That's where Ezekiel bread comes from.
Ezekiel,
yes, ma'am. How you doing, baby?
Sesame seed Ezekiel bread.
Ezekiel 4,
verses 9 through 12. Apparently,
it says.
Wait, is it 4 through 14? Where's the rest of it? It might be verse 12-ish. Dried human excrement, something. Yeah. Chapter 4.
There's like a Bible cookbook somewhere.
I just read what Denver wrote.
Denver says she's high on Xanax.
Mayo.
Hold on. Here go a question. It says, listen to this. It says, at what point or moment in your life did you start being an atheist or stop believing in whatever religion it was that you were in? I think it was, for me, it was like college. What about y'all?
It was a process where I kind of as a believer, resigned myself to hell and just kind of gave up on striving for heaven. There's only so many times people can tell you that like you're not worthy of going to heaven before you go. Yeah, I mean, I guess not. Fuck it. And once you're comfortable with hell, I just sort of stopped going to church and started hanging out with my more secular friends, and eventually started having conversations about like Greece and Rome, And I was like, I did watch Hercules: The Legendary Journeys. Wait a minute, Hercules, that was Greece. And you start like re-examining history and all the like mythologies that were, we were surrounded by, the way the calendar's made and stuff like that. It's just re-examining history. But eventually, I think it struck me that that's right. The Romans converted to Christianity and they kind of took over Greek. So like, wait a minute, I'm not even European. Wait, that's right. Where the fuck are my gods? Where are the black gods at? And then you realize, you get Egyptian gods, and that's it. I'm sure there's like how many other countries in Africa, and we don't hear diddly squat about all those gods.
Nothing. In
What
fact,
about
voodoo?
Yeah,
we make fun of voodoo as our own people. Turns out I'm 38% Nigerian, so voodoo is my natural religion. I'm Igbo. So all this time we making fun of voodoo priests and looking at Haiti and talking shit. Not that I believe in voodoo, but if I was oriented correctly, I would know.
Yeah, and eventually just let it go.
What about you, Salou?
Me, I came out of religion. Might have been 6 years ago now, something like that. Wasn't that long ago, really. I used faith as something to back up everything. I like to put it this way, that I used faith kind of as like the glue holding my thoughts together and shit. And whenever I got rid of faith, it was like I had to figure out a better way to hold all of that shit together, And I started looking for podcasts and different things. My brother's 10 years older than me, and he'd come out of religion before I did, so he kind of helped too. And I could never think of the podcast names he'd tell me, and I had a lot of shit fucked up with me thinking about like with sexuality and things like that. So I just started looking for like secular sexuality, and it ended up Dr. Daryl Ray had a podcast on, and that's how I ended up finding him and listened to a lot of his stuff, and things just started to pretty well unravel after that. He was connected with like the atheist experience and stuff like that. Started listening to more scientific minded people.
Now, Skinny, you went from being a pastor to atheist. How you do that?
No, I was working on being a pastor.
Oh.
So, like I was working my way up the chain, and I pretty much was almost there. And I came across a Hebrew Israelite. All right. And the Hebrew Israelite bodied me, and I didn't know what to do. And I started studying even harder to try to pretty much debunk him, and I couldn't do it. And then when I was able to debunk him, the whole religion fell apart. So it wasn't just debunking him anymore. It was the whole thing is trash.
Man, y'all scared my Christians off, man. Shit, Oz came in and just destroyed people. They said, "Nah, fuck that." They said, "Fuck that."
There's this thing called the Clergy Project, which basically helps, or it started off as a just an inquiry about doubt amongst the clergy of various religions, and finding out that like a sizable amount of pastors and priests don't actually believe the faith, and there's only so many ways for them to deal with it. Honestly, some of them realize it's a grift and they become grifters. They become their your televangelists, but a lot of them are still in it for the community and are trying to do the best to make those metaphors useful. They're trying to find a more positive framework for that, and then some of them are like really struggling with their mental issues of dealing with that dynamic, and they're stuck because if they leave, their community will turn on them. And so like it's really interesting to find out like how many pastors and priests are still doing the work of ministry, but don't believe in the supernatural aspects of it and are now trying to like decide whether they're going to even stay in the ministry. Maybe I have to get a real job.
Some of my mentors are like that. I ain't gonna lie to you. I know a few mentors when I was trying to, they actually know that. Well, they don't know, they are doubting a lot, but they don't want to leave.
Okay, so like, how do y'all feel about, when people say religion, like Christianity has done some good? What do you say? What you say to that?
It has.
Sure.
It has.
I say that
You can get good out of it.
I say that you can organize around anything and you can achieve positive
Hitler
and
had his
negative
charities,
results.
like
you can sift through that dung heap for the straw of gold if you want to, but it's not really worth the effort. It doesn't outweigh the bad.
Like I think a good proposition to the Black community is take that 2-3 hours on Sunday and put your kids in STEM classes instead of having them sit in the goddamn church for 3 hours.
Yeah, or just plant a stupid garden. Like join a co-op or something.
Any book that can lead people to create hand-crushing torture devices with a cross right in the fucking center of it, like that. Maybe that isn't such a good place to be getting morals from.
Yeah, like I'm still waiting for somebody to point out a solution that God solved in the Bible non-violently.
Nothing.
Well, see, my thing is like can the good things that Christianity does, like, can't we do that without, like,
Oh, absolutely.
They talk as if, but they talk about the little bit of good that they do.
Oh yeah,
can only come from them.
Yeah, so does Hezbollah. I mean, Hezbollah does charity work in their communities. That's like wasn't that the whole bit in American Gangster where the dude rolls out with like the truck full of frozen turkeys and then shoots a dude on the street? Like,
I can't remember American Gangster. It wasn't very memorable for me, but
it just goes to speak to the idea that like you can have like an organized crime syndicate that like does good things.
Oh yeah,
it doesn't change what they are though.
Shit, Nino Brown handed out turkeys. Yeah. That's small scale, make yourself look good in the hood type of stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
That doesn't add up to a hill of beans, especially compared to the damage you might be causing. So, I mean, one of the things that we don't consider in terms of harm to the Black community is consider South Central Los Angeles or South LA, the whole Black Mexican neighborhoods in LA, how much real estate that is. Consider how many churches there are in that area. Consider how much real estate is being used without being taxed because of those churches in those areas. Now take that away, put businesses in, tax them, and how much more money goes to the schools?
Bingo.
They're literally sucking from the community.
But yeah, and but so does the entire tax code in the way that's set up for schools. It's a wicked system where the property value determines how much education your neighborhood is going to receive in the first place.
Yeah, it's entirely racist.
Mm-hmm.
It is. It's entirely racist.
It's almost like capitalism was built on free labor. No, that can't be it. It can't be feudalism 2.0. Is it? Oh my God, it is.
It's almost like they meant for someone to stay a permanent underclass.
Sounds like slavery with extra steps.
Yeah.
Look, this is my problem with Christianity, though. The good part about them is 100% based on because the book told them to. So they don't kill, they don't steal because the book says not to.
Right.
That's an issue.
That doesn't make you a good person. That just makes you obedient, and that will change with the winds. You get the wrong pastor saying the right things, and now you're doing terrible things for the right reasons. Air quote.
Like storming the Capitol.
What the Bible does,
right?
What the Bible does tell them to kill, though. So I'm like,
right. Exactly. Even back to the storming of the castle, they were raising giant crucifixes on the Capitol lawn, and a noose and a gallows at the same time.
Yep.
Like, you think that, like, Jesus coming back and finding out that, like, capital punishment is still a thing, he's going to be, like, happy with that shit? Like, that's the most ironic thing about the way that they justify violence. And it was like, your dude was killed by the state. How did you look at state violence for 2,000 more years as like, nah, that's cool?
See, I would say, eat the fruit and spit out the seeds. That used to be my motto, and it still is. But with the Bible, it's too dangerous to do that because there's so much. You're going to eat some seeds on accident. The Bible's too dangerous for that.
Yeah. I mean, so is the Quran and so is the Bhagavad Gita. They're inherently there are caste systems built into it. Like there's a any hierarchy that's built on that kind of blind authority is gonna you're not gonna have a good time.
That's why I tell everyone watch the Chronicles of Riddick, and people laugh when I say that. But they literally were an alien species that went to your planet, and you either accepted their religion or you died. You either became a part of them or you died. And so throughout the movie, they keep giving you hints at what they're trying to tell you. There's a Muslim imam. I think the Muslim imam is one of the leading characters of the film. But I'm pretty sure there's Christian reflections throughout the film as well, where basically you see how this army performs. First they come militarily, and then it's you either get down with the program or you're gone.
Oh, right, the necromonters.
And to me, that's kind of what happened when the Europeans left Europe through circumnavigation and guns. It became get down or lay down, like Beanie Siegel. It was state property from that point on.
There's a whole scene: convert or fight.
Right, convert or die. That's the theme of the movie. Convert or die.
It was like the 10th season of Stargate SG-1 kind of did that they left the plot of the polytheistic alien masquerade and went for a more pilgrim-esque, like missionary-based monotheistic villain. And I think it was so quite on the nose for the way that missionaries would be used as the vanguards for colonial imperialism that the show got canceled after that. That and MacGyver was really phoning in all of his acting at that point. But Stargate SG-1 was another really good sci-fi show for injecting that, like, well, what if the gods are aliens and they're trying to take all your shit?
Yeah.
So like I had the Quran. I was reading through this thing. Is Allah and Yahweh the same person?
I think it depends on who you ask. I thought
Allah is the messenger of God, right? Allah is the messenger of God, and God is Yahweh.
I thought Muhammad was.
Muhammad, you're correct.
Yeah, Muhammad was Allah. Yeah, Allah is just the Arabic word for God.
Yeah.
I think you could say that that Muslims consider Allah to be an Abrahamic God.
Right.
I think
that's what I was going to suggest.
I think the problem that you're really going to run into, which is, just more sectarian horseshit, is that Jews and Christians are going to be like, nuh-uh. And they control the narrative.
Coincidentally, you can break Jews, Christians, and Muslims down into skin color.
Right.
So what color would the Christians be then?
White.
Predominantly.
Okay, so what color would you see what I'm saying? Like
the Jews are Semites. Semite meaning half, mixed.
And then the Muslims are like the darker ones.
Yep.
So like, why is it that most, like, well, not most, but like many black people, they go from Christianity to Islam? Why do they do that?
That is
the mistake.
I never understood that.
Religion, it's still
acceptable.
It's all still part of the Abrahamic religion. Still be, yeah.
I never understood that.
It's like getting out of the frying pan and into a slightly smaller frying pan.
Mhm.
It's different.
Yeah.
But it's still similar.
Judaism itself's made up of gods. I mean, if you look into or at least from what I've read up on it, that I believe one of them volcano god, and that's kind of where you get all of this little different, like these different things where it seems like you have this schizophrenic god that's just all over the place. Well, that's why, because it's several gods made into one, basically.
I think there's like a verse where he says like we're making humans in our image, and it could be the royal we, but it isn't. Yeah. Like it turns out that like Elohim was like a sky god in a larger pantheon that was like actually part of the Canaanite mythology.
Yeah.
And it's like Proto-Judaism.
Baal or Baal.
That's why I got a theory on that.
Yeah, that's where Baal comes from. And now now everybody hates on some Baal, but like it's just because it was basically one denomination, one sect. Like it was like if Zeus decided, if the followers of Zeus were like, fuck Greece and all the other gods, Zeus is taken over, and it's all Zeus all the time. We don't have time for Hippolytus, and just we're like, it's just more tribalism. It's just the result. And then there could be, it's like Highlander. Now there can be only one.
There was a good on, I think it's on Amazon Prime. It's called Marketing the Messiah. It was a good documentary on kind of how like Christianity got its roots and then evolved into what it is now. But a lot of it was Paul. It had to do with Paul and his writings. And all of his shit was based off of visions. He never met Jesus. He never claimed to or anything. It was all off of his...
all those shrooms he took on the island of Patmos.
On his way to Damascus or whatever.
Yeah. Turns out the island of Patmos is infamous for being replete in psychotropic mushrooms.
Yeah. Well, the way they were portraying it was that he was actually... And there was verses where he was... sending money to the church, to the not the apostles, but was it the disciples, or that had been afterwards? But he was sending money to the church, and it seems an awful lot like bribing his way into getting his own Christianity put into place, or getting his own little spot in the Christian religion at that time. Because he was adding a bunch of things in, like not having to get circumcised, which was a big selling point at the time for, people not wanting to get chunks of their dick chopped off, which was why a lot of people, wanted to stay pagan. And it wasn't that, appealing. So there was a lot of things like that, and he got very flamboyant with his the miracles and shit in his writings too.
Can I be honest? I'm not really mad about that whole circumcision thing.
Yeah.
Huh? You're not?
Nah. I kind of like it the way it is.
Suckers!
I don't know, like...
God hates the tips of little baby dicks.
Well, there's like psychology studies and things now that's saying that that type of shit causes more trauma than what everyone realizes too, and it attributes to more like anger issues and shit in men later on in life, which is
trust me, it's not something you want to remember. I put it on that.
I'm sure we were pretty angry about it at the time.
Ken Darius,
politicians are not keen on consent at the end of the day.
Right.
Ken Darius just joined. What's up, Ken Darius? Hello? Yo. Katie. Hello? Hello, can you hear me? I guess he can. Back him out. I backed him out. He wouldn't. He didn't say nothing. Hold on. What they saying? It says Hold on. I thought somebody had asked the question I'm looking for.
Lou, you are savage, bro.
Malachi said he would ask God why he's so insecure.
See, I got a theory behind it, and I'm almost willing to bet money y'all never heard this theory because it came out of my crazy mind.
Spit that shit.
All right, so the Garden of Eden, right?
Yeah.
You know how the serpent, first of all, let's just speed it up. The serpent told her that you're not going to die, that God knows you're going to be like him, right? All right, let's fast forward. Adam and Eve eat the apple. The first thing God says is, first of all, let's go earlier in the beginning. Like we was talking, Elohim, it was us. It was multiple ones in there that created like the image, okay? Now, fast forward, they bit the apple. First thing God say is, oh no, he's going to be like us. We got to shut him down before he take the other tree and be immortal. So my theory is God did not put that tree in the garden. God became God just like Adam almost became God by biting that tree. And he knew, and this is why the serpent told him, now you're not going to die, you're going to be like him. And he knows this. And this is why he shut it down immediately. I can't.
Like he got his welfare check, and then when it came time as a senator, he was like, I'm canceling welfare.
Yeah, I think a God made one, put them in the garden. They bit the tree. Then that one took over. Then it just kept happening. To shut this down, he got Adam out of there and put people by the gate. Like, why would it be that serious?
To your point, it's the tree of.
Huh?
What tree is it? What's the tree called?
It's the life. It's
the tree of knowledge.
Oh, that's a bad thing.
This motherfucker wants you ignorant. It's the same thing as we said the other night. He wants you ignorant. And Lucifer, the light bearer, is the person who's exposing. It's almost like they wrote it.
He told the truth.
Hail Satan!
Backwards.
Hail Satan!
Listen to this. What a
mensch. What a mensch.
Listen to this. Yes, ma'am says she would ask God, why did you create racism and not create people to love everyone the way you meant, regardless of like sexual preference and skin color and shit? Like why? Like how could you when he was creating the world, y'all got to understand that he literally sat and said, racism, check, that's going out there. Oppression, check, that's going out there. You know what I'm saying? Being violent, just being violent to somebody just because they don't look like you, talk like you, dress like you, like what you like. That's going, like, he put this in there. This was in his blueprint. Like, how can you just, like, he didn't have to create a world in which those things, he didn't have to do that. He didn't have to create the universe in which that stuff happened. But he did.
Unless all that's in him too.
Right. I mean, the special revelation to a particular sect of people in a remote province or a remote section of Bronze Age Palestine is probably not the best way for a being that is everywhere to get its message across. Already playing favorites, and the result is the worst game of telephone in all of human history. How could an omnipotent being not have foreseen the trouble that would cause? First, I should have invented Wi-Fi. Damn, what was I thinking?
Yeah, it really does play out like a comedy, doesn't it?
Man.
Yeah.
And then she said she also goes on to say, and if you're a loving God and forgiving, like if you love us and you forgive people, why not just forgive Adam and Eve and like keep them in the garden, right? Instead of having us go through all of this. That's what I'm
I
saying.
got a question.
But the down payment on hell was already there. You know, it's on layaway, and at this point,
Yeah,
I lost the
like-
receipt.
So did
Okay.
Adam die a virgin since it was his rib bone that he was fucking basically?
Why does he have a belly button?
Nah, he had Cain and Abel. He had Cain and Abel.
And where
With himself, right?
didn't Eddie Griffin,
Didn't,
right? Like, where did their wives come from? Where did these mystery bitches come from?
But like, okay, so like, why?
Yeah, that's
like,
another thing. Ask this to the chat. Was Adam and Eve the only two at the time? That would be virtually impossible. But I want to know what they think.
I mean,
Was Adam and Eve? Did we come from Adam and Eve?
yeah,
If you count all the bottlenecks of incest in the Old Testament, it's quite impressive. Yeah, there's Adam and Eve, then there's the flood, and is it Adam and Eve? Then there's Sodom and Gomorrah, and then there's the flood.
It's impossible though, because you would have to, in order for life to progress, you would literally have to make a whole bunch of humans of different age range. That's the only way that it could progress. Because by the time Adam gets older, by the time Cain and Abel get old enough to have sex with their mama, she may not be young enough to give a kid. Then you have to wait for that kid to develop. You would literally have to make all the age range. You have to. That's the only way.
And
you can't start life with two.
And not to mention, you need a broad.
The rib bone, mama. I mean, it was the,
You don't even have a stable gene pool.
Yeah.
You don't have a stable gene pool. Where are all the retards at? Oh, maybe that explains it.
Malachi says humanity. He said that he looked it up. He says humanity existed centuries before Adam and Eve. Okay, this is Ken Darius again. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear y'all now. Greetings, everyone.
What's up?
Hey, Darius, you from Georgia, ain't you?
No, I'm from Mississippi, so
I knew you was somewhere down there. Boy.
Mississippi, I'm from Mississippi.
If it end with eus, like contagious or some shit like
Hold on.
you from the South.
Hold on, y'all. Lily says Adam and Eve had a daughter, and that's how they started a generation. But that's incest still, though.
That's a
Still-
whole forbidden.
check this out. Biologically,
Well, God slept with his daughter, so why is it wrong for Adam to sleep with his daughter?
Yeah.
But the gene pool is so shallow.
man.
Yeah, a lot of those babies would come out stillborn. I hate to say that, but let's be real.
At best.
These people
Okay,
are
but
seeking to come.
hold on, y'all. Go ahead, Katie.
Okay, biologically, it is impossible to get a woman from man's rib unless they had some type of technology that we didn't know about, bioengineering. But I mean, I don't understand why. See, even in the scripture, it tell you what is done under the sun shall be nothing new, or nothing new is done under the sun. But they will definitely be new because we're not producing that way now. Man is coming from woman out the womb, so why would Adam?
Even more to the question, man, why would he need to use Adam's rib?
Exactly. I mean,
Right.
I'm like, how is that happening?
That makes no sense. That makes
Why
no
would he
sense.
need to? You created me out of clay. Leave my goddamn rib alone.
You made a
Oh,
universe
yeah,
out of
shit.
nothing.
Maybe he cussed at him
In-
once and he snatched the rib out of his ass or something.
In every scenario, man comes from woman, except for the first one. Like what?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Man,
It's like this is why I say he can't be a woman, because like he had to make it to where the men came first. So
Yeah.
so it can't be a woman, because if it was a woman, I'm pretty sure she would have did it. Like the woman came and then she had the man or whatever. I can't see a woman making a man then taking his rib out.
There
Just
is
to-
one version where it's a hermaphrodite being split into the two sexes.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
man! When you misgender,
And-
God, Christians lose their shit.
It's cast
It's
as
great.
mine.
Dapper
What do you mean
says
he heard?
Dapper says in Genesis
Man.
1, he says in Genesis 1 verse 27, God made a male and female. Then in Genesis 2 verse 7, it says God made a man from the dust. So like in the first account, it says God made them at the same time. In the second account, it's saying God made man from the dust, and then he, made the woman after. So like it's two different. They trying to tell the same story, but it's two
Well,
different
there's
accounts.
and that's a golem spell. I mean, that's not the only religion that has that in there either. Sculpting the first man out of clay or out of
Exactly.
something like that. Yeah.
Y'all want to know what the problem with Christians? They don't read. They only read their Bible. First off, okay, the most important and essential in the Bible is Jesus, right? And they pray in their name faithfully. But like I tell Darius, little J wasn't created until the 1600s. So who were you praying to before then? And then
Jesus.
for some reason it's like, well, it wasn't even Jesus because you can't. I mean, you got to say Yahweh or Yahshua, quote unquote. But I mean, Hebrew, quote unquote, was a dead language, and it was. And I mean, even the trans lose its original meaning, so you don't even know what meaning at this point. It's just thrown together, man. I mean, I don't understand, but there's something they have to try to figure out. But that's why people should study probably etymology too, the origin of words.
Well, that's one of the reasons why stained glass. That's one of the reasons why stained glass windows existed in the first place, was because literacy really wasn't everybody's jam at the time, and so they had, it's a book club for people who don't read the one book they're supposed to read in the first place.
Man,
has anyone read the Bible front to back? Because I'll be the first to admit I have not.
Hey, ask Lily's question, bro. She thinks she's smart.
All right, I got y'all. Check this out.
She thinks she's smart.
If you die, where will you go? Go ahead, Slew. What you think?
Why go? In the ground?
Yeah.
Man,
I don't even think I'll make it into the ground. I think when you're dead, you cease to be. You leave a corpse for somebody else to bury.
What's up, Zen? What you think?
Okay.
I think it'll be just like it was before I was born.
What was it like before you were born, though?
Who knows?
Not a thing.
I don't know.
Like, I can't even begin to understand what was I doing before I was.
Yeah, it's like trying to get your brain to understand what off means. Like your brain has to think about it, and therefore it can't.
We were told the other night somebody had previous lives. Remember, he had many previous lives.
Oh yeah. But he won't.
That might have been Jason.
Jason.
Yeah, that might have been Jason. Yeah. Central says Christians pick the fuck out of the Bible. If they actually followed it word for word from start to finish, life would be very difficult for them. I think they would be either in jail or in an insane asylum. If you follow the book word for word, you'd be in jail or dead.
Let me show you how Christians don't read the Bible. I got one Christian question for Lily. Lily, how many commandments is it? That's all I want to know.
Oh shit! Even I know that's a trick question.
And depending on her answer, I know she don't read the Bible. While she's worried about who's going to heaven or not, she don't even read the Bible. Lily, how many commandments is it?
I want her to get on
the. I'm through.
She
There's not 10. There's 166. I'm through.
10 commandments.
That's adorable. No, that's adorable.
There's not 10. There's more than 10, Lily. There's more than 10.
Stuff.
I'm saying
15, but Moses dropped one of the tablets.
There's more than 21.
I'm saying
it's amazing. It's amazing what she thinks. Oh yeah, she's going to heaven and all that. You probably won't.
Here's one for you, Lily.
From Genesis to
how many of the 10 commandments are U.S. laws? How many of the 10 commandments are U.S. laws?
She said there's not 10 commandments. There's only 10. Oh my goodness.
There's 613 commandments. Wait,
2 of them.
Two.
Hey, hold on. Let me see if she can join. Hey,
please let her join because she knows so much about.
I said 2 of the 10 commandments are U.S. laws.
What, perjury and murder? Which 2? I'm curious.
Oh, murder and theft.
Now, Can you certainly say that those came from the Bible, or,
No.
or they're
No,
just
I'm-
like you can't build a civilization without them? So
Obviously not. I mean, that's altruism, just
yeah,
the most basic altruism that is root. So
Honest atheist
I got
says
a
we're all
question for
going to heaven.
Lily. I got a
For
Hear
question.
me?
For
Lily,
Lily.
oh, for
are
Lily.
you monotheistic or polytheistic? Which one?
For Lily?
That's a trick question.
Pretty sure that's mono. If she believe in Yahweh.
But look, check this. I'm gonna tell you how much.
I don't know. I'm hoping
Babylon
Lily's a
is.
sexy Indian girl.
Did you know? Did y'all
45-year-old
know
dude
that
from
the word
Detroit.
Elohim?
Bam.
Hold on, what you say,
Did
Katie?
y'all know that the word Elohim, which is God's in Hebrew, right, means God. So when they say praying to the Father, quote unquote monotheistic, it's not even. I'm not monotheistic, not Elohim. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You have to read the origins to know this. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
it's a contradiction in itself.
Oh,
They
yeah.
say you worship pagan gods. We're monotheistic.
Wow.
You worship more than one god.
Listen to this. Listen to
It's
this.
hypocritical.
Listen to this. Elohim. It says the word Elohim is a grammatical plural noun for gods or deities.
Thank you, dear.
Wow.
Thank you. Exactly. Wow.
Plural.
Wow.
Yep.
Hey, Lily, I got a question
Come
for
on,
you since
bro.
you think there's only 10. What kind of shirt you got on? I want you to look at your tag and tell me what's all in your shirt. Because it's a commandment that you can't have mixed fabrics. Did you know that?
Mosaic law.
Gonna eat some scrimps.
You know you can't eat shrimps. Did you know that? You can't eat catfish. You can't eat none of that stuff.
Lobster's out.
But why would God create something and don't want us to eat it and use it? That makes no sense.
And make it taste so good.
That makes no sense.
Shrimp is delicious.
Lily says, read Exodus 20, verse 2 through 17. It says all the commandments.
She said we're talking about the Bible here, not shirts. It's against
Oh
the
my
law
God.
in your Bible to wear mixed
Man.
fabrics.
Yeah, I gotta get her on this stream right quick.
Mosaic law.
Yeah, we
Honest
need to get on this
atheist says
live, y'all.
Honest atheist says don't forget about Exodus 21.
Talk about the slavery in the Bible.
I really want to
Exodus
say
21.
yeah.
Then there's the real
Dapper
overly
says-
commandment, like if two men fight together and the wife of one draws near to rescue her husband from the hand of one attacking him and puts out her hand and seizes him by the genitals, then what is it, that woman gets her hand chopped off or some shit? I'm missing the rest of it.
That came up in a conversation I was having with a coworker of mine. Actually, does it say whose genitals she's grabbing? The attacker,
God.
or is she protecting her husband's genitals, or is she attacking her husband's opponent's genitals? Because that's just interfering in a fight. That's
right.
I mean, still doesn't deserve getting your hands chopped off. But
No.
I'm just trying to figure out whose genitals she's reaching for. We couldn't figure it out.
She don't want to join the live.
Because there's this scene, or there's this video of these chimpanzees attacking this hairless chimpanzee, and one of his mates runs up behind him to defend him and cups his balls to protect them, to shield them, because chimpanzees, they go for the fucking throat or the nuts like hyenas.
I think I saw Dwight Howard do that once.
Hold on. Listen to this. Damn. The chat is kind of delayed on my screen.
I think that's what Mike Pence was there for Trump, wasn't it?
Yeah. Ball gripper.
The
Professional ball gripper.
Ball handler.
Yeah.
Christy couldn't cut
She
it.
said no.
Do y'all see what Lily's doing? She's saying no. So we sit. Everybody in the chat's telling her that there's more than 10. She refuses to believe it because she's not going to open her Bible and read it for herself. Her pastor haven't told her that. So she, whatever the pastor say.
Yeah, it's an over-glorified book club for people who don't want to read their own book.
The Santa Claus analogy applies. Someone told you or spilled the beans for you when you were 10 years old that there was no Santa Claus. Somebody should have told you there was no God. It's the same
It is
delusion.
impossible for you to keep all these commandments in the Bible. Impossible. But I'm going to let you think that and try to keep your... You can't even keep the 10. But I'm going to let you try to keep the 10.
Listen to this. Because my screen done caught up, I think, now. A little bit. Hold on. I wanted to read what I saw. Damn, I missed what I... Man, I was... The screen took 2 minutes. It took too long to load it. Shit. Malachi says... Damn. Nah, what I wanted to read is a little bit up to that. Hold on. Yeah, yes, ma'am says, why create people just to drown them? And then Malachi says, y'all remember that one verse where David had gay sex and it wasn't condemned by a soul? What he said David had gay sex and it wasn't condemned by a soul. Can you give me the verse or the book?
His son,
I believe.
His son
Is that
Solomon
the one
was
with-
channeling demons.
Okay, listen. I found what I was looking for. Listen to this. Robin said the 610 commandments include instructions on how to buy, treat, sell, beat, and beat your slaves.
I read the King James, Lily.
Wow.
Good grief, man.
Oof.
That's sad that you would have to ask that
She
because
said,
you
what
got so
Bibles
many
do you
different
read?
versions, bro.
And the King James
there's so many
version,
different
from what
versions.
I've heard,
Exactly.
is the least reliable, most error-prone version of the Bible because the dude slapped his name on it for political purposes.
Right. Yeah, he
That's
did.
suspect all by itself.
Mm-hmm.
Lily, why are you
name on
Shut up,
God's
Al.
book?
Honest Atheist says, have you guys
Lily,
heard
do you
of
know the
Darth
difference between
Dawkins?
controversial truth? I have.
It's hot. Hold on. Shit.
He said, what's your favorite?
Where is the actual story of it?
She act like the versions they all trash, but they ultimately say the same thing. She act like a different version is going to help her. It's not.
I'm glad you said that. I got a question for her. Lily, do you know the difference between controversial truth and universal? Do you know the difference?
I'm weird now.
That's what it is. It's
Universal
First Samuel.
truth is 1 + 1 = 2. He said you.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we here.
Copy. Go into the chat and paste this here for you.
Hey, honest Atheist, are you a I know your name says Honest Atheist, but are you an atheist or are you like a troll that changed your name? Because you keep asking about Darth Dawkins, and he got destroyed yesterday. So, like, what's
She
up?
said smarter than. What that got to do with it?
Listen, Lily is a troll, y'all. Everybody that if they get in the chat and they talk and they don't get on, they just troll. I'm telling you.
It's a static from the
Hey, let's see how smart Lily is. Hey, Lily, I got a question. Is it against your God? Is it a sin for somebody to impregnate somebody's wife? Is it a sin for somebody to impregnate somebody else's wife? There we go. Please answer the question. I just want to know how smart you are.
I know for sure that's a troll.
Okay, I'm finna embarrass you.
I know that's a troll. Y'all can't. I got blind.
Put me in there.
It's the cute and dumb
Yeah.
line. People who have sock puppet accounts don't understand that when they use the same like language and syntax, they give themselves away.
Mhm.
Like
I put my blind faith into it. That's a troll.
She said, "Yeah, that's adultery." Then why did God impregnate Mary? I digress though.
because she was married to God first.
Oh, that's what they're gonna say.
Oh yeah. There's all sorts of like loopholes when you're.
That's the dumbest shit I ever heard.
You find me a cult that doesn't involve somebody stooping somebody else's wife.
Or a virgin. Why is it always a virgin?
Because that has to be a one-way entry. It can't be a two-way entry. It's one-time use. Throw it away.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
It's always
isn't that
about
like the
male
only reason
domination.
that rape
He's
is kind of
atheist.
wrong in there?
Hold on. What you say, Salute?
I was saying, wasn't that the only reason that rape is kind of wrong in the Bible anyways? It's
Say
just
what
because
kind
it
of
takes
language
away
you
the
must-
virginity or whatever. Like, that's the only time that it's really...
It's really just
Because
a
of
violation
property.
of somebody else's property rights. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
You
because
had to
women
marry
are
her if you got her
women are
pregnant.
property in the Bible.
I mean, it's thou shalt not covet
Well, it's
oxen,
man's
wives.
rib. It's man's rib. So, yeah.
Mm.
It's man's property from the beginning.
So as a woman, you should accept your place.
I don't even understand how a woman could be religious at all.
The indoctrination is a real literal fucker of mothers.
Christian Bible.
You can't name me a religion that gives them equality.
There isn't a religion that like honors women and or independence and intelligence. It just doesn't happen.
Like
That
you're
was-
in the Bible, they want you to shut up, duct tape your mouth, wrap your face up, and crawl
Remain
under the
ignorant.
table and not say a word. You can't even speak unless somebody asks you a question.
It's like
That's
North
crazy.
Korea.
Mhm. Oh, there's
Mary
oh,
never married
Mary
God.
never
So
married
she-
God.
She
God
was
never asked for
So,
consent.
so that's adultery right
Yeah.
there. That's adultery.
God never asked for consent. She was told she was going to be knocked up.
That's
Exactly.
adultery.
Couldn't God just have
13 years old?
Again,
Yeah.
he
Hey, hold
can
on,
break
y'all.
his own
Check this
rules.
out.
Child
Check this out,
bride,
y'all.
you are my daughter.
You wanna know
wife.
something about that? She's with the Jesus. Zeus doing the same thing to him. Pregnant is how he got demigod.
and horses and
Come on, man.
like bulls. Isn't that how like minotaurs came to be? Zeus was like
Yes,
laying
yes.
into everything
definitely.
up and down the animal kingdom. Like it's like how mermaids happened.
But did he have couldn't he just have snapped his fingers and Jesus appeared? Why did he have to impregnate a woman for this? I don't get it. See, these are the kind of questions that Christians just can't seem to ask. Like, why? That's why I said when I first started the stream, like my first question to God is just gonna be like why? You gotta make this make sense for me.
I mean, I'm sure it was just a complete coincidence that at the time, if you got pregnant out of wedlock, that you'd end up just fucking stoned to death in the street. That probably had nothing to do with that miracle pregnancy all of a sudden.
The story
So
would have been
I don't
better
know.
if Mary Magdalene would have got pregnant.
Yeah.
So you
If God had
saying
knocked up a hoe.
so could it have been like, Mary cheated on her husband, got pregnant, and then made up this story?
Yeah.
It's the best because the alternative is what being stoned to death.
So
I don't
in a
even
sense-
think. Look, I don't even think that's what
I think the
happened.
whole
I really
thing
think.
is
I really
bullshit,
think
but-
Mary and Joseph was fucking. Now that was also shunned, like condemned, like looked down upon. I think they was fucking before the marriage,
See,
and
the
she
thing
got
is,
pregnant.
man, they had an open relationship. And so every now and then they'd have people over. And, things will happen. They get drunk, get little shrooms and weed popping, and things will happen.
Yeah, you put your keys in the bowl, you mix it up.
Yeah.
Hold on, listen to
Swingers.
this. Honest Atheist says in Christian theology, God impregnated Mary without a sexual interaction. It was the Holy Spirit, as I recall.
That's fine, but that's why I said impregnate. That's still adultery.
Still not.
And then
It's still a seed.
says,
Exactly.
Mary never cheated.
Dapper,
Still no consent given.
It's the
Dapper
best, it's the
says,
best episode of Maury
said-
Povich ever.
And didn't
Dapper-
provide no child
Not only
support.
that, all of the different authors, they give different descriptions of like how all that shit happened too. It's all whatever. They mash it together to where it's, you know, all one story, but they're separate stories.
Joseph, you are not the father.
she said Mary didn't cheat on her husband. We agree. God took what he wanted.
Yeah, we agree.
It wasn't no mutual, you know, God said, you going to do this, and it's going to be what it's going to be. Ain't no
Well,
debate.
Our
Ain't no
Mary-
discussion.
child bride.
Now,
Oh,
this is
my
the other thing, though.
father.
There's verses that tell that Mary had a son already before she had Jesus,
Was his name
because
Little
Jesus
Lamb?
had a brother. So it's like there's the whole thing of the Immaculate Conception and shit, where they think that God just made that vagina perfect again for him to have or whatever to make Jesus.
Like even
So you
Lord
get into that
Yoda.
shit.
She
even
Hey,
had a
look what
vaginal
Rick said.
refresh.
Look what Rick said. It's still nut. Facts.
It's still not.
If you can show me another way to get somebody pregnant, then we'll have a conversation, bro. It's still
Yeah.
fucking nut.
It's
the end of the
still
day.
not.
And that's the trip
It's
part.
still adultery.
Like if you're going to say, I'm convinced that God exists, cool. But how do you go from a God exists to we have evidence that Mary got impregnated by the Holy Spirit and had a God baby who resurrected and came back, and he's in the sky looking down on us still.
Now, see this.
Why don't we ever
This
talk
was
about
one
the
of-
two kids he killed when he was young?
Hold on. What you got to say, Slim?
Just say this is one of the things that they say was the selling point for pagans and everything at that time, was that you know, having this half man, half God person be able to sacrifice himself, because that's you know, there's plenty of human sacrifices and everything, but to have this God sacrifice himself,
Ooh.
you know, that's got to be that much greater, you know.
Yeah,
So it was
Odin nailed him. Odin nailed himself to a
Yeah.
tree, right?
Because
God did that.
Christianity, because y'all know Christianity isn't a religion; it's a relationship.
I just want to be with the cool
Right.
gods. I just want to, all the cool gods are hanging themselves.
Man, y'all
So
trip.
out of all the religions, this is the relationship religion, Christianity.
It's creepy because, you know, he's got a relationship with like literally everybody. I thought it was a personal relationship, and the God's out there just creeping with everybody. I thought I was special.
So check this out. Check this out, guys, from the Book of Thomas. In another episode, a child disperses water that Jesus has collected. Jesus kills this first child when at age 1, he curses a boy, which causes the child's body to wither into a corpse. Later, Jesus kills another child via curse when the child apparently bumps into Jesus, throws a stone at Jesus, or punches Jesus, depending on the translation. When Joseph and Mary's neighbors complain, they are miraculously struck blind by Jesus.
What?
When they complained to Joseph and Mary, he struck the parents blind.
The Gospel of Thomas?
Yeah, they threw out a bunch of books like that didn't match.
See
with
why?
the rest
God
of them.
damn.
Yeah,
The infancy
the Book of
gospel.
Enoch.
Who's being racist, bro?
The Book of Enoch, Gospel of Thomas.
Yep.
Hold on, what?
What you
I
what
didn't
you
hear
say?
I didn't hear anybody be racist.
Racist.
Or I didn't see nothing.
I always liked Thomas.
He said, "Stop."
Sticking his fingers in
Hey,
Jesus.
hey, hold on. Hey, KD.
She crying over
KD.
Stop being racist.
KD.
there. Yeah,
KD.
yeah, I'm here.
Bag out. I'm
Bro,
trying
you know I
to
heard
use,
you,
I can get. Huh?
Yeah, add him. Yeah, add
Yeah, I said.
on his 8th.
Yeah, you got to bag out though.
Wait,
All
who?
right.
for some reason it only let me have 6 people at a time. So I was trying to see if I can get
You know what, fam? I'm gonna hit the chat room for just a little while. I'll come back if y'all still on. I got shit to do, but I'll be here.
Okay.
Good looking. Thanks for having me, by the way.
Yes, sir, Ski.
See you, bro.
Peace.
Honest Atheist was trying to explain to us why God didn't just snap his finger.
He didn't have enough
Lily,
mana.
come on, Lily. Come on, Lily.
Because,
come up here.
Yeah, Lily, you literally can join now because it's two slots left.
Not enough loans.
No, I'm not.
Did I post the link again? I'm trying to post it. Hold on. But why though? You supposed to defend your religion. Y'all called to spread the gospel. You don't want to spread the gospel.
Oh, you're just saying.
You don't want to spread the gospel and get you some converts, right? You know, because
when I was reason for the faith that you have, the hope of Jesus and such.
When I was
evangelize.
When I was in the faith, they would ask me, "How many people have you led to Jesus?" Right? So why wouldn't you want to lead us to Jesus?
Oh, did you guys hand out the tracts too? The little chick tracts and shit?
Man, those were so corny and cringe in hindsight, but yeah, they
took us on a fucking field trip to New York City to do that shit.
Yeah.
Okay, we got honest atheists. You got the floor, man. We listening.
Yeah, one of the things I find is that atheists do tend to misconstrue and misrepresent the Christian gospel message, and one of the ways they do that is by saying, by actually misunderstanding the Christian narrative itself. So when one would say like, oh well, why did God have to why couldn't he just snap his fingers? I do have my kids around, so yeah, they'll probably be interrupting someone on here for a second.
No, you good.
I'm coming out in a sec. So yeah, one of the ways they might do that is be like, well, why didn't God just snap his fingers? And my kids are here. I gotta go.
No worries.
It felt like he was about to say something good.
It's because he doesn't have fingers. I know. We get he doesn't have fingers. It's a metaphor. But it's also like, God can do whatever God wants to do the way God wants to do it.
He might have newly
If he can't, then he obsolete. If he can't, he's obsolete.
Well, it's not even a matter of can't. It's just, today I was feeling whimsical and I decided to just do something with the dirt today. Fine.
Right. We can't put God in his box, y'all. Like, he can do anything.
It's funny how you can't put God in a box, but you can put God in a book.
Like, he can't snap his fingers because he don't have literal fingers, but he should have literal fingers because he created everything. He has everything. He can do anything. So, motherfucker, if I'm God and I want to have a hand,
why couldn't
I can blow this motherfucker and I got a hand.
Yeah.
The rapture is real and it's coming. When it comes, remember. Please show me the rapture in the Bible.
No, I want to know when it's coming.
That's another misconception.
That's definitely an atheist trolling as a Christian. I'm telling y'all who it is.
Like, I'm pretty sure that the rapture is like a result of like post-nuclear apocalypse, like scaremongering and misinterpretation of stuff. But
it's not in the Bible. Yeah.
Honest atheist, are you ready to come back in and tell us what you have to say?
I've probably got a couple of minutes. So what I was saying is, I find that atheists can really misunderstand and misconstrue the message of the gospel. So, like, the central message of the gospel is that Jesus was fully human, and Paul goes on to explain that, like, that because he was fully human, he suffered in the same way we suffer, so that we can relate to him. So in Christian theology, like, God's central mission was to come fully into the human experience. And what I find with atheists and Christian debates and arguments is that atheists can be pretty immature in the sense that they actually don't fully comprehend the gospel, and it becomes mocking in a way because they're not actually understanding where the Christian is coming from, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean that's and look, I'm actually an atheist myself, a former pastor, but I think when you have a conversation with Christians, it's important to meet them, in a mature and honest way. Instead, I mean, like, and an example of that was earlier today. I saw a on this, on your stupid Facebook groups, you can see mischaracterizations of God itself. Let me just get it up. I'll see if it's there. Here it is. So this is a classic example. Christianity. So he's explaining it with a stupid picture here. Christianity, it's having blind faith that a zombie wizard who was his own father will make you live forever if you tell him telepathically that you fear and accept him as your master, so he can cleanse you of the bad deeds you've done because a rib woman was tricked into eating a piece of fruit by a talking snake. I mean, that's a clear mischaracterization and misrepresentation. I can see the humor there.
Because he wasn't a wizard. He wasn't a zombie wizard. He was clearly a lich. There's a big
difference.
There's a difference.
Hold on. So you disagree with that description of Christianity?
Oh, 100%. That's because
to
say that the resurrected person of Christ was a zombie wizard. I know it's tongue in cheek, but that's clearly an immature conception of the gospel. Wouldn't you agree?
Is there a mature conception of the supernatural? is really, because like you're already playing with fiction, so like you do want to meet people where they are, so you're not like misrepresenting them. But like there are so many interpretations and denominations.
Exactly.
Like, you'd have to be Encyclopedia Brown to meet everyone where they are. There's no like. Because otherwise there would be a consensus of orthodoxy, which there isn't. So you're gonna step on some pedantic fine lines with might as well have fun with it.
But hold on.
That's true. That's true.
Honest,
in some sense, yeah.
Why shouldn't we mock this?
Because I think we're in a world where yes, freedom of speech is important, but also respectful and mature conversation is absolutely essential to moving forward in discourse with those of opposing views and religions.
But like, how do you?
I think there's got to be a two-way street on that, because
like, how do you? Go ahead.
I think you have one side. Yeah.
I mean, go ahead, Slew. Go ahead.
I think. Well, yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Well, I was wanting to back up for a minute on this anyways. You were saying that, the honest atheist, you were saying that, that Paul's version of Jesus, he didn't have supernatural powers? Is that what you're saying? Or that he wasn't the Son of God?
No.
He was the one spreading the message that Jesus was the Son of God. He was the one that kind of popularized that. So I'm curious where you were getting that from.
Oh, well, that's from the book of Hebrews, where it alludes to Christ being tempted. But that also, that in that temptation, Paul speaks of Christ's humanity. So he says in Hebrews, and I've just looked up the verse there, Hebrews 2:18, because he himself suffered when he was tempted, he is able to help those who are being tempted. But within Christology, Christ could only truly have been tempted if he was fully human and he embraced the human experience. Now, and again, I'm actually an atheist, but
How he'd be performing miracles and the things that Paul was.
How do you respect these beliefs, though? I don't get it.
Right, because I see where it would be.
No, and also, it's
more
very religious. Sorry,
I have no problem respecting the person as much as possible.
Right.
Respecting the beliefs, on the other hand,
come on,
only goes so far as like you want the discourse to go. Like it's already that the beliefs are absurd and worthy of ridicule. It's a whole other thing to like if you're going to engage in a serious conversation where you actually want to reach out to people and try to bring them a little more closer to reason, you're not going to do that by laughing in their fucking face about it. Like, I get that, but like, are we actually saying that these beliefs need to be respected outside of like, you know, trying to have civil discourse? Because if we're just having fun, then we're just having fun. If we're actually like, if we're actually trying to engage people and like spark some reason in them, that's, you know, those are two different conversations. Which one do you want to have?
I want to read this comment because I think this is exactly what I'm thinking in my head. Central says, so if they believe that their God told them to rape 8-year-old children, should we respect that? But because it's their religion, like how? Like,
absolutely not.
Even though we know that what you just read. Okay, go ahead.
Not only that, if you're gonna fucking have, you're going to threaten somebody with eternal fire and shit and damnation over, you know, this whole list of shit in this book, isn't that like abuse in itself? You wouldn't threaten a fucking kid that way and get away with it.
Like,
of course not.
That matter.
Like, of course not. Yeah, that's insanity. I mean, and I'm not saying that joking and ridicule and mocking doesn't have a place. I'm just saying when you're entering I mean, like, if someone calls now to talk about the incarnation, I think, I mean, that's a separate matter. If someone calls in to talk, you know, to validate Muhammad's marriage to whatever the fuck her name was, I can't think right now. You know, the child. I mean, we're clearly going to say you are absolutely off your fucking tree, and you need to go fuck yourself and fuck off right now off this channel. Like, do you know what I'm saying? So it's like, I mean, so this, I think, the point I'm trying to make is when you discuss something like the incarnation, for example, it's actually good to have a good comprehension of that and to understand that.
Right.
And on that note, because my children are behind me, I better go.
All right, man.
Right. And I appreciate you, man.
That's good insight, man.
I was not gonna come on this or entertain any debate today. Like, this is meant to be my day off, and I'm out of here, boys. Take it easy.
Peace.
Well, like, I think, see, that's the kind of, I can't get behind that atheism. I just can't. Like, if you're gonna tell me, like,
I get where he's coming from.
I don't know about y'all.
Conversation you want to have.
I mean,
I don't know about y'all, but like what he just read from their Facebook group, that made sense to me.
I mean, there's a debate to be had about whether or not he's a zombie lizard or whether he's a lich. I think that's an important distinction. I have a monsters manual from D&D. I can give you the notes. I got receipts. But like, if you're like talking to, like, what, like, I had to talk to my mom about this stuff, right? And like, I reached a point in when I deconverted where I really just got hit in the side of the head with the idea that, like, I'm surrounded by motherfucking adults who believe in Candyland fantasies, and they're voting and buying guns and operating heavy machinery and breeding. And I'm like, what? That's donkey nuts. And when you can't take adults in your life seriously anymore because you realize how mentally regressed their perception of reality is. Like, and it's like your family. That's heartbreaking stuff. And so, like, I was able to reach out to my parents, and I was able to, like, at least get them to understand where I was coming from. I took my mom to see Richard Dawkins and Neil deGrasse Tyson. And that was, my mom is an atheist now. And my father has always kind of been a little wishy-washy because he's been a science fiction dude. So, you know, we've always been like, yeah, but like, you know, Stargate SG-1, like, you know, God could be an alien. Like, he's open-minded. So, like, I think they've never been fundamentalists, so it was never really an issue. But like, not everybody has that luxury. And I think that ridicule is the accurate response. Like, but like, how much flack do you really want to get from that is really the like the point. Because
Honest Atheist just put up another response.
No, I agree. I agree. I agree with what he's saying though.
Yeah.
But the whole, I mean, what do we call people that die and come back, raised from the dead. They're zombies. I mean, I know that's just a joke, but like
you could be a lich. There's lots of mystical ways. Voldemort came back.
I mean,
Voldemort was a wizard, was a sorcerer. He's a wizard.
That goes like, what do you call somebody that hears voices, talks to themselves? They're schizophrenic.
Right.
Like what?
Right.
Okay, you know,
but
if
hear
you
me
add
out, though.
religion into it, then it's fine. That's
right. It's they get to have it both ways, and we don't.
I want to read this, y'all. It says, I get trying to understand the sacredness of it through the religious person's lens, but it's almost impossible to not deconstruct it with at least a tinge of mockery at some point.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like trying to have an adult
Like you believe in a talking
conversation with somebody who
fucking
speaks
donkey,
Dr.
a talking
Seuss.
fucking snake, a woman came from a man's rib. You believe they believe that we are born wrong and we all deserve punishment for fucking nothing that we had no part of. That's sick.
Yeah.
This is why when I talk about religion, I always compare it to racism. Like, how do you feel about racism? How do you approach racism? How do you talk about it? Are you, well, I understand, I respect. No,
right.
There's nothing to respect about that.
It's like having racism white splained to you is, and it's very, and I guess it's like that cuts every which way, because like having Christianity secular explained to you can't be any more delightful, but we're having reality explained to us by like lunatics. So how do you want to cut it? It all depends. It all depends on how you want to be received.
Yeah.
And if you want to be received as like, I'm blowing you off because you're crazy, then that's a fun conversation to have when you're drunk. It's not a serious conversation to have if you want to like pick apart doctrine, which is why I don't engage in doctrinal.
Like I believe that raping little girls, and once you're done, you bash their head with a rock, cut the head off, and put the remaining body parts in a dumpster and set it on fire. That's my belief. How you gonna approach me? You like
the finer points of your metaphysics is not quite accurate. I think your interpretation. If you look at the Latin for dumpster, I can't
the
go
epistemology of what I just said.
Right. It's at a certain point.
Hey, look, I'm gonna say this, honest atheist. I get what you're saying, but it's like, so we all was in it, so it's a brainwashing. Sometimes to shake that out of them, you got to show them how silly it is. And this is where the mocking comes in. It's not necessarily to hurt them. It's to shake them. Like, wake up. Listen, look at this.
But I understand what he's saying, though. Like, he wants us, like, you got to have at some point, you got to have a mature conversation. But how do you have a mature conversation about talking fucking snakes?
You got to make them laugh.
Epistemology.
And fruit. I'm born a sinner and I deserve eternal punishment for finite crimes because a woman that came from a man's rib ate a fruit.
The best way is I've seen is street epistemology. I don't know if you guys watched any of it or not, but like
it's good stuff.
It's just based in Socratic method of just questioning things until you get to, I don't know, you kind of find common ground along the way too as you do it. But Anthony Magnabosco has a channel on YouTube. He's pretty popular with that, I guess. But
no, I do.
Again, it all depends on the sort of conversations you want to have and the results you want to get. If you're just here to play with, living Magic the Gathering cards that are, people walking around with their special beliefs, then you're not going to have constructive conversations, but you'll have fun when you're drunk.
Okay, listen to this. Central Texan says the way that they engage you more than likely won't be in a mature manner.
Right. And
like check this out. Every Christian that called in yesterday and the day before, they came in and automatically told us, they didn't ask us what we believe. They told us what we believe and why it's wrong. Before even giving us a chance to explain, they automatically said, well, if you don't accept the Christian God, you automatically accept this, and I'm like, you don't know what I accept. You ain't even asked me.
Just saying there's no God alone makes us an idiot.
Right.
Right.
I mean, it's built in. Like it really comes down to the way that civility is hijacked by people whose entire doctrine is uncivilized. It's the way that the alt-right and like neo-Nazi fascists hijack free speech and then whine about like cancel culture. And it's like, well, if you weren't fascists and you weren't advocating for violence, you wouldn't have gotten canceled, but you are who you are, so you get what you get. And I can't remember which one of the founding fathers said it, but it was like, I'm pretty sure it was Thomas Jefferson. Ridicule is the only response to unintelligible positions. It's the only honest response to unintelligible positions.
And honestly, like being respectful is off the table. Like literally, we've spent centuries of motherfuckers like us getting killed for not believing in God. What you want? It's not even. It's not fair.
They've had a glut of respect and centuries of it, and you know,
they done had the power and the control since the beginning.
Yeah,
and I mean, like, no.
If again, it's like I will treat. I suppose you really do have to consider like the way I talk to my cousin about his religious beliefs. The way I talk to my is a lot more playful because we know we can take it. We've been jonesing on each other's mamas since we were kids. Mm-hmm. Like, but the way I would talk to the way I talk to my parents about it is completely different. The way I talk to randos on the internet. And that goes to show the limits of empathy that we're having with like the people that we're dealing with who are human beings. But like, I think somebody else earlier yesterday was like, attack the beliefs all you want. The beliefs don't deserve respect. You should probably know what you're talking about to whatever extent you want to take it seriously, though. So when you do want to have those heartfelt, serious conversations with people who are knowledgeable, you don't not know what you're talking about. But again, since it's applesauce anyway, who knows what they're talking about? There's 1,000,001 different interpretations, and if you, but the more you know, the more you can sideline them. So like tomorrow, I'm gonna do the gospel according to the Amish, and you can't tell me that I'm wrong because the Amish aren't wrong. Why are you using electricity, English? And fine, you can take the position of any denomination you want and make them as wrong as you like whenever you want, which is kind of fun.
Yeah,
and still be doctrinally consistent.
I mean, a majority of atheists were Christian at one time, and the U.S. is a Christian country, so the odds are pretty good in that, you know.
You're going to run into somebody, believer or non, who is at least as well versed in the Bible as you are, provided they didn't, go through the catechism or whatever.
Exactly.
I don't have a master's of divinity, but neither does my neighbor on odds.
Exactly.
I was just looking for a Dapper. He was talking about the cheating potion that if you suspected in the Bible, if you suspected your wife was cheating on you, she would have to drink this potion.
The abortion juice.
Yeah, abortion juice. Right.
Oh yeah, the bitter waters.
Yeah, bitter waters.
Yeah, and if the baby died, that means that she was actually cheating on you. And if the baby lived, that's abortion juice for your ass.
That was a witch trial before witches
like
were
that
born.
That was never a big deal until more recently in history. That the abortion thing was never that big of a deal.
Yeah,
that's something that I don't know if it was a Calvinist or who it was. Somebody had brought that in. Yeah,
I suspect Calvinists, man, they're some old timey, like puritanical haters.
Calvinist. And
Isn't William Lane? Is William Lane Craig? He's a presuppositionalist, right?
they all are.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they all, not all of them. Well, I guess, I mean, maybe they all are, but like most of
Man,
them
I
are.
watched
There go Catholic.
I watched a 3-hour debate of his, man, and he debated. I'm just like, bro, like,
Hey, Darfur's probably on his way because they go Catholic. You know they
oh
running
shit,
packs, bro.
Oh,
They
yeah.
running packs.
oh
Mhm.
man, Catholic
Well,
traditionalist. How you doing? You can come on and come and entertain us, man. Come in my chat. The three Christians that I had coming, Oz and Lou, y'all scared them off.
if we end up on the presuppositionalist merry-go-round, I'm gonna get dizzy and I'm gonna vomit. That's a waste of good wine.
I can't believe. Lily, we're atheists. Why you keep asking us that? You ain't gonna get on the chat. I mean, you ain't gonna get on the stream. So what's up? What you want?
Trolling, man.
Why isn't
Yeah.
my link isn't even posting?
Secular to the hecklers, heckle
Yeah,
back.
Darfur's probably on his way.
To give us that same
The
bullshit.
same bullshit.
If anything exists, that means God exists because God is the
An absolute ultimate super mega. This is even
Of
further.
all facts.
You can't have anything until you have God. Well, you can't prove that. Well,
Next
you
on
can't
track.
disprove it. So it's true.
Yeah,
Okay.
but like,
I got you.
here's the thing. I don't. Do you consider yourself an agnostic fucking, I don't know, a round earther? Like, there's just some things that you get down to a certain fucking point.
Globalist?
The probability is in your favor of, you can't do that with us. But somehow, yeah.
And as long as you presuppose whatever you presuppose is the super ultra mega ultimate
Yeah.
infinite beyond, then you win. It's Dragon Ball Z for Christards.
Man.
Well, my God's bigger than your God. He says he's going to eat your God.
But my God
Prove it.
is infinity plus
Prove it.
forever.
My God
Prove he
is
doesn't.
bigger than all y'all gods. And you can't prove he ain't.
Super ultra mega God.
My God has a book in the making and it's on the way, and I'm gonna be the prophet.
My
You
God
can't
is
tell me
over
I'm wrong.
9,000.
I'm the prophet of the God Zebuski or some shit. And he's coming back. And when he come back, everybody who don't follow me and believe in the book that I got coming from him, you going to hell. Yep, my religion got a hell. You know, there's other religions with hell. My religion got a hell too. We gonna have us a lake of fire with barbecue
Mine does
grills
too.
and shit.
Only if you guys don't give me all of your money, then you'll
Oh
end up
my
going to
God,
hell.
y'all
What?
listen to my boy, man. Listen to him. He says, "I got you to admit yesterday that you hold the theist position. So it's sad to see that you reverted back to the false atheist."
Like, again, you notice how he skips over deism entirely. That was actually the argument.
Man. But no, yesterday I played. There's a train. My
Oh
bad.
yeah, you agreed to theism, but you didn't
I
agree
did.
to his theism.
Right. That's why. But look, he clicked off. Listen, I'm glad you said that because when he clicked off the video, as soon as I agree with him, and when he clicked off, I asked him. I said, "Okay, now prove it's your God out of all the other ones." And he clicked off as soon as I asked him that. He clicked off.
Right. They don't understand like taking a position for the sake of argument because their world is fundamentally built on absolutes. So there's no nuance. There's no like wiggle room to maybe take to even take a maybe what if. It's they set the safety net for their defense on concrete, and then so they can fall back on it when all of their other arguments fail, and they can just be like, checkmate, absolute super ultra mega, I'm out.
That's all they wanted. He didn't even want to finish the conversation. As soon as I agreed, he left.
Yeah, because he got it's like going on Fox News. Once they get their soundbite out of you, the debate is over. because they got their little clip of you saying something out of context that they can run on their news cycle for the rest of the week. It's completely disingenuous, and that's why I tend not to engage with people who don't have an essence of Socratic method in them. Like if you're just going to be a presuppositionalist, you can just hit the bricks, because like when your argument is I can't possibly be wrong, just bye.
Listen, all of them said it yesterday though.
They can't be wrong.
Bro, we got this on video. Robin, Darth, and they when we asked them, okay, can you be wrong? They all said no. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That is, I want you to understand what we saying here, y'all. That means that Central said that no two Christians believe in the same God. That means everybody has their own God in their head.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah,
that's okay. What is their God? But what if they follow the book though?
Right.
When it says you must stone disobedient children, what happens when they follow that verse? Are we to respect the belief then?
You can agree with them and agree with them and agree with them and agree with them, but you get to the point where it's like, okay, which actual interpretation is correct? Which version? Or I'm a Christian now. Okay, cool. I'm a Christian. Great. Which Christian am I? Oh, you have to be a Methodist. Oh, okay, fine, cool. I'm a Methodist, but there's like different sects and denominations within Methodists. So which one of those am I? Like, there's no winning.
Right. Even if you said even if Salus right now, he said, you know what, I changed my mind, I'm a Christian. We still got to be like, okay, what does that even mean?
Right. And if they haven't figured it out in 2,000 years, we're not going to figure it out in a 10-minute like chat.
Like Salus, what would you say? What kind of Christian? If you had to be a Christian.
I would be
again. That's a sad day, bro.
I would kill myself.
That's
right
a sad
now.
day.
Okay, so
come on, Bar. I wouldn't put my worst enemy in that position, bro. Don't put that on him, bro.
So if you had to recolonize your mind,
so which one would you?
Wakanda forever.
What you gonna go with, Slu? We gonna go with.
We don't do that here.
If I had to pick, nah, I can't.
Which is the one with all the hookers and cocaine?
I mean, I think that's Catholicism.
If you know, Catholics get away with murder.
They seem to have more fun.
Yeah,
they definitely have more fun.
Like, and if you compare Pat Robertson to any pope, Pat Robertson is a punk ass bitch. I got the GDP of your country.
And they know
in
how
my
to keep
hat.
a secret.
Fuck off. Don't they? Don't they?
Hold on. What you say? What you say?
Fuck.
I said they know how to keep a secret too. So there's that.
Oh yeah. They gonna keep their secret. You go to the what that thing called where they blocked off, but they sitting and talking and
confession and shit. Oh
yeah.
The movie wasn't The Godfather for no fucking reason.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, who knew that the Italian mafia was attached to the church? Oops.
but serious, like, do you think you can answer that question, Sloot? Like, if I ask you, like, if you had to pick one.
I mean, it probably would be Catholicism, to be honest. If it's a sect of Christianity, yeah, I'd go with that.
Mm-hmm.
It was way less brutal than what I'd grown up with. I don't know. That was one of those
you could get wishy-washy,
lightweight fucking churches. I don't know.
Oh man,
there's a lot more paganism wrapped into it. So you can, again, they're becoming more acceptant of voodoo. So I could be a Haitian Christian who practices voodoo, and I get my Sorcerer Supreme on, and it's great. And who cares? Like, I don't know, man.
Here's the thing too that I'm curious about. Like, if the Bible is made up of multiple gods and they formed it into a monotheistic religion, then are there some sects of Christianity that are cherry picking their way into one god over another that's in that big pile up?
Yeah. Like, oh man,
they could be going by the volcano god or whatever and never know it. You know,
Yeah,
or
yeah. I didn't realize I was worshiping the Loa. I thought it was
Yeah.
I thought it was Saint Paul. Oops.
Central says the Catholic Church is a lot shorter than a Black Baptist church. Got that right.
Yeah.
Them Black Baptist church, you gonna be there about you go in about 10. Y'all don't leave about 5.
Mm-hmm.
You been there John all day.
Wow.
And as far as Catholicism goes, as long as you really show up for the high holy days, you're pretty covered. You don't have to go every goddamn weekend.
I went to a mass before. even though I wasn't Catholic, but I used I went to Christian Brothers University, and they used to have like on campus mass, and I went to one, and it's like it was so structured, like it was quiet, nobody spoke. We had to keep getting on our knees and then sitting back down and keep. I'm like, what the fuck is that about?
See, but then what you do is
you
you find the churches that have really nice kneelers, like they're cushioned and fold in and fold out, so they're not always there. You find the luxury churches. It's like flying first class to heaven. It's great.
I had Lutheran church once for a funeral. It was like that was weird for me. I like going up to get. They wanted you to get communion and shit, and I'm like, you know how they were always weird about communion, like we were talking about earlier, where you didn't fucking partake of communion if you weren't right or whatever. Then this was a completely different religion. I'm like, well, I don't feel comfortable doing this. And usually in our church, you just fucking didn't accept the thing whenever it came around. I didn't go up front. And like it just caused a whole fucking thing with it was my ex-wife's grandpa, her family.
Wow.
And it caused like he was pissed. I'd never seen him pissed before, but he was pissed because I didn't go up there or whatever. I didn't know what the fuck to do. That you were supposed to just go up and not accept the little wafer or whatever. I don't know. It was
like,
weird.
What exactly? Okay, because like we all know that. Hold on, I want to read the comment. I think he said
transubstantiation. Tell me transubstantiation isn't some like Magic the Gathering shit. I guarantee you. It's like
no, that's where the body of the bread actually becomes the body in your mouth. They think that they actually isn't that what that is?
How is there enough
or they
Jesus?
Think that the wine turns into blood.
Yeah, I mean, it literally becomes the thing that they metaphorically claim it to be. How is there enough Jesus to go around?
Yeah.
For decades. You know. Like eventually there's like, yeah, sorry guys, we're out of Jesus.
He did feed 15,000 people with 2 pieces of fish and 2 pieces of bread. So hey.
Yeah. Oh, fair enough.
Where are all the miracles, y'all? Like, where are they at? What happened? Why did he like? I want to see the sea split.
I would like public exorcisms. I would
what happened to this shit?
Public exorcisms. I think that needs to come back in vogue.
What happened? It's like he did all these miracles and
why aren't these faith healers in fucking hospitals? Why is there still cancer around?
Exactly.
Why do we need doctors?
Bingo.
Just when the pandemic hits, the faith healers vanish.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
I ain't seen a faith healer since.
What happened to all that fucking and the other like the voodoo shit too, the fucking hippies with their goddamn black salve and shit. What happened to that?
Look, man,
that ain't curing cancer or that ain't curing shit.
And crystals, I am good.
Have y'all seen those commercials where they trying to send you the holy water and shit?
Oh, that fucking Peter Popoff that's been around for fucking ever has been through all kinds of fucking like. Did he get sent to jail?
They're not even running the commercial number where they sending you the holy water and shit.
I mean, a lot of them went to jail and are out, like, and are back in business. Popoff is back in business.
Yeah, I can't believe that shit. Isn't that the dude that magician? Was it James Randi?
James Randi,
one that
he exposed him.
Yeah. Because he was using, I think that was the one that was using like the headset and shit and talking to his wife. And he was a faith healer, and his wife would be greeting people in the crowd when they'd be coming in, and she would start like trying to get information out of him, and
Yeah,
he'd
she
hear it over the thing.
Yeah.
And Randy had brought in like a two-way radio and picked up on the frequency they were on and recorded all of it.
Yeah, Jim Baker got arrested for tax fraud or whatever it was. He's now selling, survival apocalypse buckets, which, by the way, guys, if you're not familiar with Vic Berger IV, his channel does like acid trip satirical videos of Jim Baker's channel, and it is. I wish I lived in Colorado. It would be all I would watch all the time forever, because a dude trying to sell you a bucket you can eat your food out of and then shit in the name of Jesus. Like literally, like you gotta have a place to do the doo-doo. Jim Baker is the holy grail of frauds right now.
Hey, look, y'all gotta listen to this. Listen to this. Central says,
I did a spoof on that.
Central says, my grandmother's church sent me a care package when I was deployed. It came with rosary beads and a communion thingy. And he said I was kind of mad because I couldn't do anything with that shit. I'm at a war, ma'am.
I tried putting it into my mortar launcher. It did nothing.
Yeah, I did a spoof on this. I had a War on Christmas survival kit. Is what I did. I had it up. I was doing a podcast, the Satanist, and I had
Tony. What's up, man?
Last one that I did.
Well, I got a question that just came to my head. I really wanted to say this for another stream, but like, do you guys watch like Christians on YouTube?
Yeah.
Not on purpose. I find a lot of people who
Why not?
But no, I watch them on purpose though. Like, I watched Joe Osteen, Kenneth Copeland, Creflo Dollar. I watched their streams. I literally watch their streams because I'm gonna start doing videos on that shit.
Yeah.
So I gotta have my ammo.
Yeah, I usually wait until someone's made like a remix auto-tuned like spoof video, like lampooning them for some shit that they did when it goes viral. Like there was the guy who tried to blow coronavirus away by going
Kenneth Copeland.
Yeah.
Kenneth Copeland, yeah.
He said COVID-19.
Yeah. I wait for the trap remix of that shit to come out before I actually look into it, because I can't sit through like a million live services that are going to be like kind of like boring, lukewarm to get to like that gem of crazy.
Like,
I'll wait for the gem of crazy to go viral.
Like, do y'all understand? There are people on YouTube literally like, I mean, like, man. I don't know why I watch it so I can have something to talk about. But it is hard to sit through that shit, man.
It's painful. It's painful not just because a lot of it is repetitive and boring, but because it's where you're watching a tragedy in action.
What'd you say? So Salute.
I can't remember if it was like the backer or Bake or one of his wives from the past. I don't know. But they used to have like these visions and shit, and they did it. And I remember this one was like about this fucking blonde woman had guests over and shit, and she's talking about how she fed all these guests with this small thing of pasta. Like the pasta kept reforming itself in the bowl as she was serving it to people. Like this pasta miracle.
It's like the oil. That's nuts. And these are such disingenuous people in the first place. Like they're so just transparent grifters that are trying to like screw seniors out of their pensions. It's unbelievable. I mean, it would be unbelievable if I didn't watch it happen. And it really is tragic. But man, it is comedy gold at the same time. Like it's rough. like that dude who would sell like the napkins or the handkerchiefs that were dipped in holy water, and he would just be like, "Oh, won't should I have this $99 anointed oil?" Like it was come on at like 3 a.m.
That's what I was talking about. The
Yeah.
whole they try to sell you fucking holy water and shit. Like, how you gonna sell me water, man? From
Bro, I
God.
used to have dreams of heaven and hell and God and all that shit, and then wake up to realize the TV done went to that shit.
Exactly. That shit is ridiculous.
Oh, man alive. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I've thoroughly, like, especially when you're trying to find, like, some sort of counterbalance to that sort of lunacy that's leveraged for political power. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, it's as crazy pants as that shit is. Jim Baker got invited to the White House under Donald Trump. Jim Baker was like a consultant to the Reagan administration. Like, some of these people are absolute clowns, and some of these clowns are too close to the livers of power.
Man,
I never realized how much my church was involved in Christian dominionism and everything.
Right.
That's a big thing that the small town churches like that are very heavily into.
And therein lies where, like, the giving these people, like, giving your friends, your family, your community, people you don't know, like, the benefit of the doubt about the sincerity of their faith, all well and good. But at the heart of all of this is this insidious, capricious totalitarianism that they're not really even dealing with, that they're not even reckoning. But the people who are engaged in that, the people who are on board with the benevolent dictator that they want to rule the world or bring about the annihilation of everyone who disagrees with them, like, there are some power players. There are some power players in this, and it's disgusting, and it has to be routed out.
Yeah, it never hit me. I had somebody on my podcast. It was Aaron Ferguson, and he was in the Children of God cult growing up, and in the 90s he said he remembered being at Joel Osteen's church. So, like, all of these things are just so tightly connected together, and people just don't even realize it. Like, I never did, and that, like, Joel Osteen would have been somebody that our church would have been right on board with, and were some of them. I know some of them were.
Oh man, when was the last time I sincerely went to church? It must have been like 98, 2000, and maybe it was 2000. I went to McLean Bible Church, and I just couldn't get down with, like, the servility of it all. It was just so debasing and so dehumanizing. And at the same time, they kept infusing politics into their doctrine, into the conversation. It was only because they're so close to DC. How could you not talk about current events? But man, you're trying to squeeze modern reality into a Bronze Age framework, and it doesn't work, man. But it doesn't stop them from doing it, and it just left me with. I had already been walking through all of my doubts at that point, but it left me feeling so sour on the whole experience that when the car broke down and we had to walk all the way home, I was done with it.
Have you guys ever heard of Bob Larson?
I'm sure I have. Oh, that scumbag. Yeah.
What?
That guy makes like 75. I think he makes $750,000 a year doing exorcisms over the internet. He's he like flashed his tax returns on one time, and I was just like, this is why I say, as an atheist who has always wanted to be a Ghostbuster, he's doing it, and I'm jealous. He's a Ghostbuster. So like the Catholic Church has a monopoly on exorcisms. You can't officially, air quotes, be an exorcist and not be Catholic. They've locked it down somehow, except for Bob Larson.
Wow.
Bob Larson is like, there's no reason that Catholics should be the only people who can perform exorcisms. So he performs exorcisms for exorbitant amounts of money. Because the Catholics are still politically engaged in the facade of attempting to appear legitimate. So they've got like a real strenuous, secretive process they go through before they engage in like quote unquote miracles, right? Because they don't want to get caught with their pants down.
A lot of them just abandoned that shit.
Yeah.
Most of them.
But they
like it. Yeah.
But they still have an exorcism school. The Catholic Church does. The Catholic Church recently lambasted somebody for being a fake exorcist, which did not raise the question of who's a real exorcist, though, brah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd read up on that a while ago, but the thing is, like, there was just it's just mostly people with mental illnesses are the ones that they're fucking taking advantage of with all this shit.
Right. And it was extremely harmful to people who are like just genuinely just having seizures and shit.
Right. I mean, that's why they had to crack down on this shit as much as they have, I think.
Mm-hmm. And I if you ever watch his videos, they're really funny because I can't tell if he's running into people who are genuinely mentally ill or if they're actors. And I think 90% of the time it's like actors, but like there's 10% of them where I really start feeling bad. I'm just like, oh, that poor person really just needs like some medication.
So y'all don't think they possess?
Oh, absolutely not. No. Of what?
Of the demons, man.
No, they're possessed of 5% of the cut. That's all they're possessed of.
So you think they are paid actors?
Lucky.
Most of the time, yeah. Most of the time, yeah. I think there are some sincere people who go on there who are deluded. I think that's almost inevitable. But I think most of the time it's a shtick. You know, he gets his tithes from the denominator. He gets a plant. He goes to like act a fool, and then he passes around the collection plate and gets those donations.
I'm gonna tell y'all something now. These ghosts exist. I believe that on blind faith.
See, my cousin does too, and I'm a very naturalistic secular person, and I will clown you for your Ghostbuster nonsense. My cousin thinks my cousin thinks our grandmother saved him from a shootout. She was like, I should have been shot in the back 5 times, but I think grandma pushed me into the car. And I'm like, no, dude.
Wow.
Your fucking rival gang has shit aim and you tripped over your shoelaces, bro. That's all it was.
Listen to me. I done heard some shit go bump in the night, man. You can't tell me that these ghosts don't exist.
Well, hey, man, if I can't tell you.
Ghosts, man. That's leprechauns. I don't believe in ghosts, but I believe in leprechauns. They're definitely.
See, and now I gotta go to war with the Irish. I saw.
So hold up, man. Wait a minute. I done seen some ghosts.
I saw Bigfoot.
Oh, I saw some leprechauns.
Oh no, man.
The Tooth Fairy.
I'm done now. You done pulled the Bigfoot card.
The Tooth Fairy had me, man. I was under her spell.
Well,
I could not open my eyes. I knew somebody was reaching under my pillows. For my teeth, I could not open my eyes. You want to tell me that wasn't fairy magic? I don't know what to tell you, son.
Okay, so look though, when I
Somebody
used to
keeps
spend the
drinking
night,
all my beer. You telling me that isn't fucking leprechauns?
I used to spend the night over my grandparents' house, and we used to make pallets on the floor. Listen to me now. Something used to pull the cover.
It was your creepy ass uncle. That's what it was.
Something used to pull the blanket off my leg.
Wow.
You can't tell me that wasn't the ghost.
You should have done it. He was only a boy.
That was a ghost, man. I'm telling y'all. Listen, one night I woke up.
Makes you sleep better now, man.
To catch a ghost predator.
I woke up now. I woke up out of my sleep, and when I woke up, I didn't look. I had my eyes closed, and I when the thing pulled the cover off my leg, I just started moving to let him know that I was like awake. I was awake. I let the monster know I was awake. So when it pulled the cover off, when it pulled the cover off my leg, I started like stretching, like I'm up now. Hold up, and what I did was the last time this happened, when it pulled the cover, I like jumped up and I just ran and I flipped the switch on. And when I flipped the switch on, it wasn't none behind me. So that's what I'm saying. Like that was a ghost, y'all. I'm telling y'all.
I'm not gonna lie. Like my grandmother had like 7 foster kids and was raising my cousins, right? So every time I would go over to her house, there was a light switch at the bottom of the stairs. There was a light switch at the top of the stairs. And the problem is that the light switch at the bottom of the stairs didn't fucking work. So the boogeyman was always at the top of the stairs. And when 7 children who are older than you and your own blood is telling you that the boogeyman is at the top of the stairs, who's going to go up to the top of the stairs to turn the lights on? It ain't going to be me. I'm not doing it.
Now, see, that's something that can produce false memories.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It could actually end up making you
boogeyman.
believe that you're seeing things when you aren't. Or
For
remember.
the longest, I remember the boogeyman at the top of the stairs.
That's what I'm saying.
Everybody was like, yeah, man, of course.
But I'm saying the same thing. It's the boogeyman, right? The ghost, the monster.
There's people that think, like, you've heard of the Mandela effect, right? There's people that think that shit, and that's all that is just false memories.
Is it Flintstones or is it Flint? Is it Flintstones or Flintstones?
It's because, and most of it's just people are dumb and they just read shit fast and then remember it wrong or whatever, and then you tell somebody else and they'll end up remembering it that way, and but
yes, that's why it's all like realizing that this is all tradition. It's all the worst game of telephone in human history.
Like, I've had experiences and shit too. Like, I won't deny that, but I'm not gonna. I don't know. I can't go to the point of saying ghosts whenever I don't know even what. Like, what if I never knew about ghosts to begin with? Would I be calling that a ghost?
No.
Or would that just be something I didn't know what the fuck it was that happened or whatever, you know?
But though, it's a ghost. Those are ghosts.
Just know.
Just
know it.
I've been traumatized by the ghost, y'all. I'm telling y'all, them things real, man. I'm trying to tell y'all. Would I lie?
Of course not.
Did you let the spirit come inside you?
The Holy Spirit.
Wouldn't say it like that. Oh, Jesus.
He's trying to do me like he did Mary. Hold on, Phil. We just met.
I mean, Jesus. Are you even gonna pay your dinner?
Rubbing around on your leg.
Tell him take me out first.
Take me out first. It's just,
Tell him I like steak and shrimp. I need to get compensated.
oh, I'm not even.
He just trying to take it from me.
Just. Oh, it's moving so fast. It's moving so fast. I'm not sure I'm ready for this phase of our relationship, Lord.
Listen, but this the scary part. Or like this didn't just like it wasn't like the first week. It was just a subtle tap, and in the third week, it was like he tugging the cover, and in the fourth he snapped. No, it was like the first experience was like shaking. I'm like, whoa!
God has entered the chat.
God, we've got. I think we got fan fiction started now for God. God entered Mary with his hot, sweaty, sticky spirit.
50 Shades of God.
Hey, if the Holy Spirit,
I don't know if it's holy, but holy crap, is it erotic?
If the Holy Spirit is anything like what was visiting me, I feel bad for Mary. That thing is aggressive. Like, you gonna give it to me right now.
Ooh.
Oh man. Woo. I just like I was
out, man.
And this was every night though. Like every night he was pulling on the cover on my leg, y'all. I'm not joking. This is my belief system, man. Y'all can't tell me.
No. I'm not fucking joking about my experience with the Tooth Fairy. I guarantee you, the last time I dropped a fucking tooth for money, I could not open my eyes when I felt like somebody was underneath my pillow. It freaked me the fuck out. I don't know if it was sleep paralysis. I don't know if somebody was holding my fucking eyelid shut. I don't know what it was, but I was like, someone's under my pillow. No. I want to see what the fuck is going on for once. I could not open my eyelids. I don't know why. Tell me that wasn't fairy dust magic or like a hallucination I had while I was sleeping. I don't know.
The Tooth Fairy don't exist. Them ghosts that I'm talking about.
No.
You hallucinating? I'm for real.
Dwayne The Rock Johnson is the Tooth Fairy, and only The Rock would have the power to keep my eyelids shut.
Lou, you were hallucinating, man.
No.
How dare you compare?
I have ultimate.
How dare you compare your hallucinations?
How dare you compare your hallucinations to my trauma?
Foundation built on.
There are Ghostbusters, so ghosts must exist.
Right?
Yes,
I got my EP.
I had an experience. If you don't believe in ghosts, what do you believe?
You can't.
So you hold on.
Hold
on. So you believe
you can't handle the ghost.
You believe something can come from nothing.
Where did the silver dollar come from? Where did my tooth go? You can't answer any of that.
So who was pulling on my leg? It's not a ghost.
So your ghosts rely on the ultimate facts of life. That's what you're telling me right now.
Even further beyond.
Listen, Lou, how dare you disrespect me?
How does your ghost fit in your real view?
How dare you get on my platform? I have been abused. And you have the audacity to talk about some tooth.
heresy.
Oh man.
Well, I mean, he did
Oh,
give you the
man.
name of a good exorcist beforehand, so there's that.
You know. Oh,
Whose man is this?
just hire Bob Lawson and send him on a fucking wild goose chase. I got
Dude, I can't
where's,
believe you, man.
where's TikTok? Where's TikTok? When you need them. Troll that dude. Like if those like South Korean TikTokers can get all of those tickets from Donald Trump's event and have nobody show up, they can wrangle some crap around Bob Larson and send him on a wild goose chase into the middle of the woods looking for a demon. Like, come on. Take down Traeger University or something.
Central, I feel disrespected, man. How dare you make fun of my trauma, man? He said, does the ghost swallow a spit?
Oh man,
Imagine
that's
telling
tough.
a therapist you got fondled by a ghost.
You listen to me. You going to hell?
Well, I watched Ghostbusters, and that's a valid question because you saw that Dan Aykroyd got that ghost dome, right?
You going to hell, Central. I'm telling
It
you.
happened. It happened. I saw Ghostbusters. It happened.
Them ghosts is gonna come get you, man. You better stop. See, I don't bash these ghosts. I respect these ghosts.
Coming out with
Even
a
though
film next year, Ghost Finger.
The real, hey. Listen to me, man. How dare y'all make fun of my pain? I was a little boy.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that. He was just a boy.
Man.
People don't remember that scene in Ghostbusters, man, where Dan Aykroyd got a job from a ghost.
Oh, I can't believe y'all. I thought y'all would show a little bit more respect for my pain,
Were you
man.
so you were the only one in the room or the house or what when all this was going on?
No.
I'm curious. But
No, I was not the only one in the room.
no.
My brother was in there too.
Oh.
I left him alone or what?
He only wanted me.
I'm telling you,
man, he only wanted me.
you got slimed.
Yeah, listen, hey, yes, Mel said, what's the ghost of Catholic?
Oh,
It was Father Bruce.
Ghost
man.
member.
Thunder says, yo, remember the song I Ain't Afraid of No Ghost by Billy D. Williams?
right.
The lyric
Busted makes me feel
Get out the chat. Hey, Thunder. Yes, ma'am, and sis, y'all get out the chat, man. Y'all
Hold on,
done.
no, it didn't. Did it really?
Oh,
Y'all done.
Did it
man.
really?
it really does. It really does. That's the best. That's the best line in the song.
I'm not gonna let y'all come on my platform and disrespect my trauma like this. Y'all are disrespecting my belief system. Why are y'all doing that?
I guess I'm just the reverend of irreverence.
I can't believe y'all, man. This is what I believe.
Well, you know, a lot of people believe shit that ain't true. I guess you're just gonna have to suck on that lemon for a little longer.
But
call
no,
that
man.
fate.
Look, but no, for real. But listen to me, y'all, for real though. Like this is real. This actually happened to me. Like I'm not joking. I know. I'm dead serious. Like something was pulling on my leg, man.
Dude, I couldn't open my eyelids. I could not.
Oh my god.
I distinctly remember being
probably
like,
your
Wait, why
It's
do you
probably
keep
your
listening?
brother.
No,
Probably
that
your
wasn't
brother.
my
Like you were
brother.
fucking. You were probably snoring. And
No.
Your fucking brother came
I'm
over
an only
No,
I'm an
listen.
only
and shook your
child.
leg to wake
Listen.
your ass up.
Shit.
When
Explain
I
this
was
shit. I'm an only child. Who was holding my eyelids shut?
it couldn't have been my brother.
My quote unquote parents. Right. Sure.
Listen to me, man. It couldn't have been my brother because I would like as the thing was pulling on my leg, I was like
Tickling your
peeking.
balls at the same time. What's the?
I'm just,
That's how I knew it wasn't him.
Listen to me, man. Listen,
Did you get full service?
man. Oh, I can't believe y'all making fun of me, man.
It's a traumatizing experience.
What did Honest Atheist say? You should respect other people. Why aren't y'all respecting me?
Just asking questions.
Right, and questions are disrespectful, man.
That's why God forbids them.
Right.
Do not lean on your own understanding, but accept the fact that this dude's leg was tugged by a ghost. It's right there in bullshitty 316.
Oh man. Hey y'all, for real, like that actually did happen to me, man. If you don't say nothing about the truth,
man, it's probably a porn category. It's probably on Pornhub. Ghost tugs, ghosttugs.com. I don't know.
Get that shit up. Wait, safe search.
Incognito.
That's the only way they show up.
You gotta go to the dark web for what I'm talking about, man.
Image search, saved images off.
Oh man.
Wow, there's a whole category about space ghosts I didn't even know about. A lot of Ghost in the Shell stuff. I'm done.
Man, you can't tell me I'm lying, man. I'm telling y'all. I'm for real though. This actually happened to me.
Sonic the Hedgehog, safe search off. Oh no.
I'm gonna tell y'all something else that happened to me that was supernatural. Have you ever heard the saying like when you drive
supernatural, like it was really natural, or like
it was extra
outside
natural?
of nature?
Okay. Oh, let me use another word then. I had a personal experience
with the mystical.
Okay.
I had a personal experience. This is what happened. So you know how when you drive past the grave,
with the clay, with the clay and Demi Moore. There's a ghost search you don't want to look for.
when you drive past the graveyard, they say don't point at the don't point at the graves or whatever. So one time we was driving through and I pointed. Now listen to me, it's for real, y'all. It's about to get serious. I pointed, right? The next day, the lady who grave I pointed at, she came and visited me. I'm not joking. I'm telling the truth. 100%. She came and visited me. She was just standing in the corner.
Dude, okay, so here's one of the things. I actually the apartments that I grew up in are a block away from the local cemetery. And I would have nightmares about needing to hide in the ducts of my apartment complex to avoid the zombie horde. Because if the zombie apocalypse ever happened, I'm at fucking ground zero. There's no like, I'm not gonna get bit. It's like I need a secure place to hide. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm a zombie. What is this? What is
this?
What is this?
Who's got this up?
What is this?
How is this happening?
This is a ghost.
Aw.
The ghost that joined the stream. Is this the ghost from my childhood?
Hello? Is this the ghost I've been waiting for?
What is this, y'all? Who did it? I'm not
is it
doing
me you're looking for?
Yeah.
Ghost Ground Zero is no place you want to be. I'm just saying. Neither is Zombie Ground Zero. Just throwing that out there. Oof.
The Ghostbusters thing, though, man.
Busting makes me feel good. Oh, it's incredible, man. Like the paranormal is so lucrative and so like bullshit that I'm like, even if I wanted to engage in it, I could always be like, I thought you all understood this was Hollywood. I didn't intend on it to be taken literally.
Oh man.
there's got to be like a legal threshold you have to cross before you're like liable for like, fraud.
Now, see, I never actually, I wouldn't say that I ever had any experience. I never saw ghosts or anything like that, but I've had dreams that, like, I would have a dream like the night before and then have happen the next day, like fucking Groundhog Day almost.
Yeah.
And I had that happen, like I dreamt that my grandma, this is when I was a kid, my grandma had all these old photographs out and everything. And like black and white pictures of her and her sisters and stuff. And I wouldn't have known them. It was just kids and shit. And she was telling me, pointing all of the people out and telling me what they're, this is Aunt whoever, and going through. And then I'd woke up and I'd went in, I was staying the night there, and I'd went into the kitchen. She had all those fucking photographs out, just like in the fucking dream. And I could point out all of the people and tell her they were. And I'd never seen those fucking pictures before. So that
wow,
that was
that
a fucking thing that I can't explain. I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of the things that makes you wonder whether or not like you've heard the stories before you saw the pictures, and that like affected your dreams, or like what? But that's wild. Yeah. Like, because reality is a thing that ultimately is unfathomable. At least in my opinion, like no matter how much we fathom, we will never fathom enough. I tend to take a more like Lovecraftian approach to reality, in that like one of the things that really kind of struck me was that Stephen Hawking was like, guys, hey, stop identifying the planet that we're on to whoever's out there, because we don't know who's going to answer the call, and we don't know how hungry they're going to be. Like, you don't know whether you're going to turn us into a new colony. We could be the indigenous people. We could be the indigenous tribe in the cosmos. And we could just call upon a new Christopher Columbus and get fucked hard.
Oh, we're already fucking ourselves as hard as we can. So
right, and this is Stephen Hawking's at his most esoteric, as far as I can tell, because like from what I've understood since then, is that intergalactic transportation is not mortally possible. Because of the expansion of the universe, we can't actually get from a galaxy, from one galaxy to another. Intergalactic travel is, without bending time and space, it is hopeless. But on the off chance that we're in a larger ecosystem that we're unaware of, don't advertise your whereabouts. Right? Just in case you become dinner. Like, it doesn't even need to be as personal as colonization. It could just be space whales are out there and they're going to eat your son. Like, whatever it is. Like, you don't know the wilderness that you might end up actually being a part of. And that's fair. I think it's a prudent bit of evolutionary wisdom to extend to the cosmos. That being said, like, like, who the fuck knows? Like, I haven't seen any signals, but like, who knows what our brains are actually like limited in our, like, the limitations of our brains to actually interpret what we perceive. We've already invented stories for the things that we know or don't know. There's no end to that. So like, what actually may be out there, we're fucked, man. Like,
so are we going to ignore the fact that you said space whales?
Oh yeah, space whales that can eat the sun. Yeah, no, like roving black holes already exist. There are black holes that just wander around the universe. They're not tethered to any particular point in space. They can just show up and everything that we have ever done is gone. Black holes that move around the cosmos is the most horrifying thing I've ever heard of. It's impersonal, it's indifferent, and it deletes you. That being said, like, you know, it's a great thing to form a narrative around. And so, like, space whales that just all eat your son is hysterical to me. It's the only thing that makes me not go mad from the previous thing I mentioned, which I'm going to forget that I mentioned.
I want to read. Mark said his question about if he could ask God one question, what would it be? He said he would ask. I want to read it. I want to read it.
It's good.
He said, did you see it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. He said, I gotta go up somewhere. I went too far.
If I could ask God one question, what would it be? Why don't you prove your own existence and end the debate? Applause, applause, applause. Cheers. Yeah, God, the God of impossible, is capable of everything except of public appearances. What great, what fantastic irony.
So
Public appearances, great.
God isn't real, but let me tell you something.
Ghost star.
That monster that was visiting me.
Space whales, man.
You gotta.
Today,
You have to.
today.
You
sent
have
a Mars rover out there. You sent a Mars rover out there with government funding. You sent a Mars rover out there, announced our presence. The Martians are coming. We are doomed.
Man, Bart, I've got some ghost finding tools just for you.
Yes,
I will sell them to you.
Yes.
At the very lowest price I can.
Yes.
Listen to me, Lou. You have to provide evidence.
If it makes a noise, that means there's something there, maybe. But if it's it's kind of a little bit more of a positive.
I almost bought one of those EM readers. I almost bought an EMF meter magnet field detector for ghost hunting. I was gonna have like a nice kit, and then I realized that the kit was the actual like pitch. Like the pitch was like, we're gonna sell you $180 worth of like useless electronic gizmos that you know nothing about.
I'm just gonna start like collecting the old fucking metal detectors, like the really old bulky ones, and just reselling them as fucking ghost finding thing. Like, who the fuck's even gonna know anymore? There's so many the people that are into the ghost hunting thing are young enough to where they aren't even gonna fucking know what the hell
you can sell.
is.
No, have any of you heard of Oregon crystals? Oh, good. None of you have. Beautiful. So let me tell you about Oregon crystals. Oregon.
Are you just saying Oregon? Or...
No. Oregon crystals are resin pyramids or resin resin blocks that are infused with like shavings of like bullet cases, aluminum, like precious gems. You can go with crystals wrapped in copper wire, whatever it is. They're all just basically like paperweights and doorstops that you make out of resin. But the theory around them is that they like stop like electromagnetic fields and harness your good energy, like energy vibration horse crap, right? Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Sort of Oregon. It is complete horseshit at like at bottom dollar price. And if you can craft a beautiful like piece of art, and I'm not going to sell it as anything less than a beautiful piece of art. But a resin pyramid with like precious gems and fancy crystals in them and it looks beautiful, people will buy it on the horse shit that it stops 5G antennas from invading your brain. And they sell for like $300 a pop. And they cost you less than like $50 to make. It is insanity. But I'm also looking at this ultimate ghost hunting kit on eBay for only $190, and I kind of want to buy it. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's perfectly sensible. I don't know.
I think I might need that.
Once you allow the supernatural to infest your mind, there's no end to the amount of Bigfoots you can fit on the tip of a needle. Like it's like just fools in their money. I want to start a church, but I shouldn't. It's the wrong thing to do.
So look, check this out, y'all. I want to read this because I think this was interesting. It was a good question. I want to go up to make sure I tell. Right, Tony says, why do you need, if he could ask God a question, he says, why do you need mere mortals to speak on your existence?
Brilliant. Public appearances would do the job. Carving your name into the moon before, space flight was possible really would have gone a long way. It's irrefutable at that point, honestly. If God carved his name into the moon in the middle of the 1300s, I don't really think anybody could have been like, well, I mean, it's either aliens or God at that point. I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
I think he could have created an indestructible monolith.
Something.
I don't know.
I mean, I saw, what was that movie? Space Odyssey.
A little less fragile than fucking pages in a book.
Right, pages in a book was the worst. Language is so fragile. Language is such a muddied water. It just, why would you use words? Why would you invent humans that interpret symbolism as language and then decide that's the best form of communication?
You're capable of anything, being everywhere all at once. Like, you could just fucking pop up and just tell people. Right?
Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra.
Right.
I don't even. Shaka when the walls fell.
Star Trek fan too, huh?
Brother. If there was a religion to be had, that's mine.
Yeah.
But that episode really goes to speak to the depths of how language is a flawed precept to build divinity upon in the first place. Words, they can mean anything. That's a great start. Jesus fucking Christ.
I can't remember if it was that episode or if it was another one where they also showed how it was kind of reminiscent of how we've had the cargo calls. There was an episode that was similar to that.
Season 3, episode 4, where the archaeology team failed and they started worshiping the Picard.
That was it. Yeah.
Who watches the Watchers? Alpha memory, man. It's I'm not a total 100% Trekkie, but those are the episodes that really stick out to me.
Right.
So it's not letting me copy and paste the link to the chat anymore. I was trying to see if I can get
1% of all European religions are Jedi. In fact, they're registered, tax exempt. No, tax exempt religion, which means when you go and see the movies, you should write them off on your taxes as a religious pilgrimage. People out there with receipts and children who like Star Wars, just write that shit off on your taxes as religious paraphernalia at this point. Get
I'm
your
trying to-
Disney get your Disney Plus for free, fuckers.
I'm trying to copy and paste this link to the stream because it's not letting me copy and paste it from the computer.
So, like, I've had this issue with links where I can copy and paste links into the YouTube chat, but on this Restream Studio thing, they don't show up. I don't know if that's like because Restream is like, we're not going to be affiliated with any external links, but I've posted a couple links to videos from YouTube on the YouTube chat. They don't actually show up as clickable links. People have to like copy and paste the HTML into their browser themselves. But I've been very witty, and people have not appreciated it.
Man, look, man. Did you see the question? I think I'm done. Okay, I'm posting it now. Boom. Yes, I got it in there. If anybody want to join, I just posted the link. The EA show. If you want to jump in there right quick, I just posted the link. I hope it show. I just posted it in the chat.
What have I done exactly?
Huh?
Like, what am I doing? Well, why have I done this thing?
What you do?
I clicked on the link you posted.
I was talking to the EA show to see if it would let him join right quick.
Oh, we're talking.
Hopefully,
I'm already there. Let me see.
Yep. Yeah, but don't back out though, because I don't know if you're gonna be able to get back in if it's
I've used StreamYard before. This platform seems to be just as easy or easier.
Yeah, it's this one sucks on your phone though. If you do this one on your phone, oh my, it's bad. It is bad. I wanted to read. Somebody asked another question. I wanted y'all to attack.
Is it about the ghost hunting kits?
The ghost butter.
The ghost butter hunting kits. Ghost butters. Ghost butters, man. South Park needs to kill butters.
Somebody said, that's what you were saying about StreamYard. I've never used that one. Oh, nobody had a question.
R and Raw and a few people use it. I've used it. It's
well, I use this one because this is the only one. This one had an ad on Facebook, and I just started using it.
I think StreamYard you can stream to one place for free, and you can choose either Facebook or YouTube. I think, but it will only do one at a time unless you pay for their thing. But
Tony said,
pretty good.
Tony says, remember when God supposed to have destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, and Lot offered his daughters to sex fiends to say, you spoiling Genesis for me.
That whole that story is one of my favorite to like reverse engineer, because if you take into consideration that women are not like allowed to have a narrative in it, it's the story of this fucking pimp who tried to whore out his daughters, and then if you take the perspective in it, it's a whole different story.
And this is one of the stories that, like, I believe it's the volcano god of Vulcan that they attribute to this actual story.
Really?
Historicists. Yeah.
It makes more sense that way. Sex fiends wanted a man, and Lot offered his daughters. I mean, that's only the beginning of the worst story. That's assuming that like Lot isn't an arsonist who burned down 2 towns.
Well, isn't it crazy too that isn't that like what's going on before that story? I can't even think of what the story would have been, what it is before that.
Yeah, there's no buildup. There's no buildup. It just drops you into the middle of. It drops you into the middle of these 2 towns are unsavable. Like,
Yeah, I can't
how did you get
remember if
there?
it's like one of those long stories in between all of the begats and begots, or if it was, you know. But it is weird. It's just out of nowhere, it seems.
Failed pimp tries to burn down 2 towns to cover his record and then decides to kill his wife and fuck his daughters. Like, I don't know, man. I only have lots work to take for it, I guess. So it must be fucking angels. Like, Lot is one of those stories that injects angels into a story that it didn't need to. Like, it really could have been strangers came to the town. Lot was deciding to be overly hospitable, and the town was like not receptive to his type of hospitality, or he wasn't hospitable enough. Whatever it is, the story decides to inject angels into the story needlessly and thereby undermines all of it. The entire fucking story is fucking trash because the visitors were angels.
Central says he have a question. What's the question, Central? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with that link, y'all. It's not letting me. I can't. Shit. I don't know what's wrong with it. It's not letting me. Let me see. Hold up. Let me see if it'll let me. Let me send this. Okay, so it'll let me type something in this one, but it's not letting me type. I can't type in the chat.
That's the private chat.
Yeah.
That's just going to the people that are on already.
Yeah, I can't send messages to the actual chat. I don't know why from the computer. It's not letting me copy and paste the link that's right here. When I copy it like this, boom, it'll come over here, boom, paste it, boom. See, it's not even going.
I did find an article here. Yeah, the Jewish god Yahweh originated in Canaanite Vulcan god. That's a new theory, I guess. Or new as of whatever, last year.
Who's what, where, when, why?
The volcano god was the god.
Hold up, does it work?
Canaanite god Vulcan.
There was a story during the wandering where they were guided by like a pillar of smoke during the day and a pillar of fire by night. And I'd always been like, are these fuckers following a volcano?
Yeah.
But I have also never really bothered to look into how many seismically active volcanoes are there in that region. So I don't know, and then like it doesn't even really matter if the story matches up to like geology, because if they stole it from somewhere where there were geological active volcanoes, then it's moot.
Well, and that's what it says, the cult of Yahweh, and that was spelled YHWH originally. The cult of Yahweh as god of metallurgy originated among semi-nomadic copper smelters between the Bronze and Iron Age, suggest biblical scholars. And he was not worshipped only by the Jews.
Damn it. I don't know.
Proto-Israeli history is always really fascinating, because we're still suffering for it, frankly.
Yeah.
I got an idea.
I
have an idea. I'm going to copy it and put it in the private chat, and then hopefully one of you guys can paste it to the original.
If I had one question for God, what would it be? Are you a real estate agent? If not, please stop doing that, please, because war is garbage.
Can you try to copy and paste the link that I just put in the private chat to the
Yeah.
Did it let you do it, Slew?
I'm trying to
Somebody.
Copy. And then wait, you want me to put it in YouTube?
Yeah.
That's this one.
Because they said it's saying invalid on my end.
Okay, I sent it. I can see that I have sent it, but let me see if I can actually use it. I can't even copy it. I can't copy it. That's weird.
In the private chat?
I mean, I can't copy it from YouTube. I can't.
You know, I was talking about on the Restream private chat thing.
So I copied it from Restream. I pasted it in YouTube, and it won't let me actually copy it from YouTube. Oh wait, nope. I stand corrected. There it goes. Let me click on it. It won't do anything. I'm in a Restream studio thing by.
Wow, you on twice, bro.
I'm on twice. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yay! More of me.
Okay, can whatever you just did, can you send it to everybody else so they can do it?
I think I did. I just copied it and pasted that into my browser. So more of me.
I'm saying, can you put it? It's not letting you paste it into the comments on YouTube, or
I did. So I did, but then I copied it from the browser on YouTube into my web browser just to see if there was a problem somehow. Hearing myself twice is really disconcerting. Let me shut one of these windows. Leave. Okay, there we go. I hear for myself like 3 times. Atheist movies you might actually be interested in. What was that movie called? Argos? No.
Did you? I didn't see where you posted the link on YouTube, Luke.
No, so that's one of the things that I've been complaining about is that links that I send into the YouTube chat don't show up on Restream. I'll copy something. Yeah. I'll copy any link. I've been sending links into the chats all evening.
Yeah, I pasted
don't
twice.
show up on Restream.
The dude just gave his Facebook thing. I sent it there. I didn't.
Yeah, wait, is Skinny said Passion of the Christ. Wow. That's a great movie for atheists.
Justin, that link ought to be in your messages.
And I wonder if he can copy and paste it to the YouTube.
I just sent it with a preface of, if you can even see this, please copy and paste, because it might be a thing that's built into YouTube where hyperlinks are deleted. I don't know.
That's what I'm thinking. Oh,
there we go.
It worked.
You got the floor, man.
What's up, fellas?
All right.
What are you doing?
What am I supposed to say?
whatever you want. You supposed to say that God is real and why we deserve hell. And
have you ever been ghost fingered? We were.
Oh no! What I can do is I can present an argument for God that still completely disagrees with all Christian theology.
Oh, that's very entertaining.
For one, Christians believe that the Sabbath has already happened. Well, if you think that if God created man and God works with man on a daily basis, doing miracles and answering prayers and, trying to perfect man. So, those of us who accept and go to heaven, he's working with man. Well, I think you would agree that working negates resting. So the Sabbath hasn't happened yet. The Sabbath will happen at the end of end times.
So it's been like a doomsday cult from the very beginning. That's phenomenal. And on the seventh day, God was like, "Nah, erase, delete."
Yeah, I mean, we have many many Christians that believe that they support the Sabbath and they look towards the Sabbath every Saturday or Sunday, depending on what theology you what doctrine you hold to. But if working negates resting, and they would admit that God is still working with us, when has He rested? He's worked with us ever since He created Adam. There's been no time to rest. So the Sabbath could not have possibly happened yet.
Your shirt. Your shirt.
Oh. Hopefully other people get that.
Oh, inquiring minds want to know. That's well done.
It's one of my favorite verses.
I told y'all the book of Ezekiel is lit. You do not understand Ezekiel. Man alive. Well done.
You guys familiar with that verse?
Please tell
No.
us what that is.
So if I'm quoting it correctly, the verse is Ezekiel 23:20 states that she lusted for her lovers with genitals that of donkeys and emissions that of horses.
Yup. Big old donkey dicks to go skit, 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 skit. I posted
You
another.
put that on the shirt.
Yep. Oh, I posted another. There's another thing in Ezekiel about golden dildos, which is fantastic.
Golden dildo, yeah.
Congrats on hitting 1K, man.
Yeah, it was crazy. Tonight we did a show. We had a Catholic content creator on YouTube on, and we talked about the Trinity. We talked about absolute divine simplicity, and I jumped over in the middle of my show. Was taking a look at my buddy who's a Muslim. He was doing a show on a Muslim show, and I jumped over there. I ended up within an hour getting 25 subscribers. I was like, well, shit. Finally hit the 1K and automatically just started doing everything for AdSense to monetize the channel before the algorithm screws up and sends you back down 10 subscribers. I don't know if you ever experienced that before. I'm like, well, fuck, I am not letting this shit happen. So I just did everything I could as fast as I could and submitted it to YouTube. And I'm like, all right, your guys' problem now. Your guys' problem.
How long did it take you?
So April 23rd will be 1 year.
I'll be coming up on a year in late June, early July. So I'm trying to hit it around that time.
6 weeks more.
Yeah.
Well, if you keep in touch with me, what we can do is we can cross pollinate. I don't know if you have Christian guests or Muslim guests or exactly how your show goes, or if it's just like an atheist echo chamber. There's all kinds of niches out there when it comes to content, but
yeah,
I can have you on my show. I can be on this show more. I'm all about cross pollination when it comes to the community.
Well, they ran the Christians off tonight. I had 3 that was supposed to come out, but they saw the beat down from yesterday. They didn't want to come.
Have you guys dealt with Darth Dawkins before?
Yes, that's exactly the problem.
Darth Dawkins, Catholic traditionalist, truth speller.
His little minion. Yeah.
Robin.
I've been banned from his Reformation server 3 times already.
Beautiful.
I used the PSR actually on Discord. My avatar, he's Darth Dawkins, which is Richard Dawkins' face plastered on Darth Vader, a Sith Lord. On Discord, I'm actually Kylo Craig, so I took William Lane Craig's face and plastered it on Kylo Ren. And I'm Kylo Craig on Discord. I've created a whole scripted argument that actually flips around on Christians and does the exact same thing that Darth Dawkins does with atheists. I do it with Christians. And whenever they try and fire back, I just tell them to stop talking over me and that they're being evasive. And it seems to work.
Kill the past.
Yeah, he got destroyed yesterday. Do you know who Oz is? I can't think of it.
Roundtable Oz.
Yeah, we had it.
I was actually just on their stream before I jumped over here on the ears.
Yeah, he was on yesterday and he destroyed them. And my 3 victims that were supposed to come today, they saw it and they were like, "It's late. I don't want to come." I'm like, "Oh man."
Yeah.
Like,
I'm looking for Christian theologians with PhDs. That's who I'm looking to argue with. I want to find people who have been writing dissertations and papers on the Trinity or the Incarnation or the Atonement. Like the fundamental pillars of Christianity is what I'm attacking. And I want to find the theologians and the people where everybody goes to for their answers. And me, an HVAC mechanic working on furnaces and shit, completely destroy their argument and show that how their God is inconsistent. They're expecting to argue with an agnostic atheist that's like, well, I just have a lack of belief. I'm like, no, I will say right now, I know your God doesn't exist, and I'll show you exactly why.
Yeah, like I found that, like, even if you grant them a general revelation deistic God, that their arguments completely fall apart. It doesn't really even matter how far up the chain you grant them their argument until you reach the doorbell of their particular denomination, of their particular sect, of their particular interpretation. Everything just falls apart.
Yeah.
It's just how far are you willing to go up that tree before you decide it's not worth climbing.
You honestly don't need to go too far. You ask them one simple question: is your God eternal, and is your God all-knowing? If your God's eternal, he's always existed for all time. If he's all-knowing, that means he's always known everything for eternity, including his own decisions. So when it was time for him to, flood the earth, with Noah's Ark, just flood the earth and kill everybody, if he was to say at the last second, you know what, I'm not going to do that, I think I'm going to do something different, he necessarily wouldn't have had prior knowledge to him coming to a different conclusion, which would take away his all-knowingness. If you would say, no, he wasn't able to do that, then God doesn't have free will. Which bullet do you want to bite?
Yeah, it's a lose-lose.
Wow.
Yeah, that's been the problem with almost all of the omni qualities. There's an immediately obvious contradiction to any of them. And as soon as you're like, our God is all knowing, what do you mean? You can't learn anything?
Yeah, they believe in what Darth Dawkins calls a closed system.
Yes.
So and that's part of the argument, my scripted argument that I proposed and destroyed Darth on when we were both in a room where he didn't have moderator capabilities. So he couldn't mute me when I was destroying his argument. There's something called the PSR, which is the principle of sufficient reason, which means that necessarily there's an explanation for everything. He believes that his God is that, has the knowledge that explains literally everything. The PSR within itself is a presupposition. He is a presuppositionalist. So his belief, his presupposition in the belief in God is grounded in the presupposition of the PSR. So he could never actually know that his God exists because he presupposes his presupposition.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, they're not ready. They're not ready for you.
I got a debate tomorrow if you guys want to watch. There's a guy that he's an admin in a Facebook group called Fight on the Fence. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that group. But he's an admin, and in this group they have a whole bunch of they name themselves after like Avengers characters and whatnot. And supposedly this guy is Hulk. So what I've done is I have he's challenged me. He said, line the atheists up, I'm going to destroy them all. So tomorrow we're debating, does the Christian God exist? So what I have done, I have asked him a series of questions last time I talked to him. He did not know what the Trinity, what the models of the Trinity are. He does not know what the atonement is. He does not know what the incarnation is, the hypostatic union, or absolute divine simplicity. Yet he's a Christian. So he's also told me that he's going to destroy me. So what I've done is I wrote up my entire 10-minute opening statement for him, and I sent him my entire argument, telling him that here's all of my argument. I'm still going to destroy you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Wow.
Is it going to be on your channel?
Yeah, it'll be on the EA show tomorrow
I'm going to put it in a
2 p.m. Eastern time.
I have to check it
out. I got you. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna be there to watch that.
Hell yeah. You're at 651 right now. I'm gonna take your link up here, and I'm gonna post it in my videos. I'm part of a group right now that gathers all the atheist content creators and just basically blasts it out to a whole bunch of different groups. So I may be able to get you, another 100 subscribers in the next week.
Wow, that sounds badass.
There you go.
That
And then
sounds badass.
you can start preparing yourself. If you want to monetize the channel, you can get your LLC. I just got my LLC. If you've already made a business, yeah. They just sent me a something in the mail to bear because I own a business. Now they want me to post up in conjugal areas of my house things that start talking about child labor laws and minimum wage and stuff. I'm like, I'm going to order one and put it right above my toilet. So every time I take a piss, I can read, that I should be paying myself the right amount of money. But yeah, it's a cool process to go through once you get up there to like 900 subscribers, get that LLC. If you have any questions, I'm happy to run you through it.
Yep. I don't even think I'm subscribed. What I'm gonna do, I'll subscribe and like I'm gonna get your information. Cause I want all that. I need all that. I'm trying to be a sponge, man. When it's like this, I'm like I'm just listening and I'm taking it in and I'm trying to get as much information as possible.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I'll help out as much as I can.
Thank you. I sure appreciate it. I'm gonna subscribe and I'm gonna get your I'll talk about it.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to derail from the current conversation.
Yeah. So the title of the video was basically like, if you could ask God one question, what would you ask him?
If I could ask God one question, what would I ask him? Why do you need to rest?
An omnipotent being that goes on.
You're God.
He's tired.
You're right. It's for the symbolism, of course. It's for the metaphor. I was planning metaphors in advance.
I've been walking all day.
Well, why do you talk to yourself? In the Garden of Gethsemane, Jesus prays. What does he say? God, hey, it's me, you.
No, man. Go back even further. In the beginning, God said, "Let there be light," like a fucking weirdo all by himself. I need
to refer one of my very, very good religious friends to you, who I consider him religious and still atheist. His name's Richard Mattson. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of him before. He has a view on the Bible that is unlike any other. He believes that anything after the creation story of Genesis is all future prophecy for end times. So he believes the story of David and Goliath states that there's going to be a comet, which actually you can look it up on NASA. It's called C2017 K2 Pan-STAR. It's this massive comet that's headed for us right now. It's going to go around the backside of the sun, and then it's going to break into 6 different pieces. And then 5 of those pieces are going to hit Mercury, dislodge it from its current orbit, which is going to crash into the moons Europa and Io of Jupiter. And then that's going to ignite Jupiter as a short-term star to create the beginning of end times. And then the last piece that didn't hit Mercury is going to come down to Earth as a flaming mountain, like Revelation states. And it's all interpreted through getting the original definitions of the Hebrew words from the story of David and Goliath. It's fantastic. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I would love to get Neil deGrasse Tyson on that.
Can you spell Richard's last name so I can put it in
Madsen? He's got a YouTube channel that's called Demolished Doctrine.
Demolished Doctrine. Yeah.
You'll know him. He's an older guy with a big old beard.
Yeah, I put it in the chat.
And so he destroys Christians. Just destroys them on every front.
But you said he uses Genesis as his template? Like that's where he starts from?
Yeah, so basically he believes that there was a alien species that created, Neanderthals and cavemen and whatnot, and that was the slaves,
Sure.
aka Exodus story.
Right.
And then they created
like
Adam.
Stargate.
Yeah, so Adam in its original language in Hebrew means red face or made of clay. We are the one species of animals that with emotions, with like anger and anxiousness and embarrassment, we blush, our face turns red.
Right.
So we are descendants of red face, of Adam. So he escaped, he like hijacked, like Grand Theft Auto style, one of these species spaceships and was able to escape. And the one place to where you can have an outpatient procedure to get stem cells out of your body would be the rib, which is kind of coincidental with, creating Eve from your rib. So you can get stem cells from your rib. So basically he terraformed the earth and created Eve, and then they started having children and, populated the earth. And eventually end times are going to come to where our ancestors, who are about 200,000 years old, will come with the spaceship called heaven and save us in end times, for those of us who want to get on the spaceship, to where they'll genetically remake us, unlock everything that the Genome Project is trying to unlock, to where our whole entire bodies can create stem cells, which would in turn make us immortal. Like we would just heal ourselves and we would never get old, and we would just keep staying alive in heaven for all of eternity. And you got Pharaoh, who's chasing them about 40 days behind heaven, and then we go to the next earth, because there's 24 elders in the book of Revelation. That's the 23 previous earths than us, and we are the 24th. And in Revelation 7:19, it states that for the one who overcomes, there will be a place at my throne, as my Father did for me. So he believes that each earth, the Father actually retires when the next earth comes. The Son moves to the Father spot, and the one who overcomes, who is human, gets to move into the Son spot. It's just an eternal progression with each next earth that we have to populate more people to get on this spaceship called heaven. And he uses the text in its original language in Hebrew to show exactly all this stuff happening. It's fantastic.
Wild. No, it does sound fantastic.
I gotta check this out.
I'm sorry for making fun of you over the ghost thing. It wasn't as crazy as what I thought it was.
Wait. What about the Tooth Fairy, son?
Yeah, that too.
No, ghosts exist. I'm telling y'all.
I could not open my eyes, nigga. I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't open them. My eyes were shut. There was money under my pillow.
I am gonna have to get out of here. I gotta get to bed.
Yep.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
I appreciate you for coming. Y'all
right,
made
buddy.
fun of I can't believe y'all made fun of my trauma, man.
Right on.
Thank you for coming, Slew.
Yeah, nice meeting you all.
Absolutely.
Is your brother? Damn, he got off.
What's that?
Is your brother? Who is your brother? Your brother told me you were coming.
He was Denver in the chat.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Yep. All right. Good.
Yep. I think I'm going to go to bed too, y'all.
I just finished up a five-hour stream. Was on Oz's show for about 30 minutes, and then I popped off of there, saw you, and then you invited me in here. So I mean, I've been on streams all night long.
Yeah, we've been on for 4. Man, my people, they rock out. Like they come in.
I'm out of liquor, so
yeah, they come in and they stay the whole time. But yeah, I'm gonna get out of here too. I thank you for coming, Justin. The EA show, thank you. I'm gonna go subscribe to your channel. I'm gonna get in touch with you, and I'm just gonna be a sponge, man. I just want to hear you talk.
Yeah, honestly, everything that's not presuppositionalism is fascinating.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter how many different
like
rabbit holes it goes down. As long as it's not presuppositionalism, I am down for the clown.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I appreciate it, guys.
Yep. Thank you, man. Lou, thank you, man.
Hey,
You rock out, man. You
I'm
rock
glad
out.
I can make it. You know, it is what it is, and it is fantastic. It's all fam. So, you know,
All right, man. I'm gonna catch you on the next one.
good luck, everybody.
All right.
Live long.
So look, y'all. Probably not gonna Justin. I'm probably not gonna be back on the stream until next Wednesday because I gotta work. But thank y'all for coming. I'm gonna catch y'all on the next one. Ow!